Hey, what's up, friends? Back at it for the last time before my next convention this week. So, we're actually gonna be testing the demo today and trying to make sure that it's all ready for the Retro Games Con that's coming up on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday in Syracuse. It's gonna be a fun time, so hope to see you all there. But yeah, no, I made some changes to the demo since Anime New York City, and well, there's the Zelda already demanding the pets. I'm just gonna have to make the first 5-10 minutes of every stream me petting her. It's the only way she'll she'll leave me alone. So yeah, I don't think I'm gonna do any crazy development today. What I'm gonna do is probably just spend an hour running through the demo back to back and making sure nothing's wrong with the demo. I did make some changes, and I'll run through all those changes with y'all and show you what I've been up to. There's nothing really too big. I didn't even start making the changes until last week. I was taking quite a bit of a break between the last convention and now, and working more on the game design rather than the game's implementation, just because there is a lot to catch up in that aspect. Preparing for anime, I was just crunching on game development and not necessarily the game design. So, and that's what I'm going to be continuing to work on pretty much once I'm back from the convention. And but I did want to make some improvements, specifically improvements that were driven by feedback from the last convention. We had really good feedback from the last convention, but there were a couple things a couple people mentioned, and I think they made good points with it. And it's all an iterative process here, so that was I need to get her a little mic too so you can hear her meows. Zelda, you're upside down. Okay, so I'm just gonna jump right into it because I have made the changes I want to make. And let me see, I think volume's probably fine. Okay, so start it off. I want to make sure the audio is right. So that's actually one bug that I didn't fix, and that is when you pause during dialogue, it doesn't put controller focus on the buttons of the pause menu. It's like you got to use a keyboard and mouse at that point, which is a little annoying, but to be honest, I don't really know how to fix the bug, because it's like it tries to take focus away from the dialogue takes focus away from the pause menu still. So I just don't really want to get into the whole those two fighting each other and making sure they coordinate and everything. So and it's not a huge issue, but because hitting the start button still disables the pause menu. It's more just that you can't get into the settings, or you can't quit, or you can't restart. So everything here is all pretty much the same. There was a bug with the textures of the characters, specifically their faces, where they were getting really washed out in the light, and that's fixed now. All of the colors on the characters are a lot more balanced now, so they look really good. So one thing that you're gonna see in this sequence here is I updated the glowing tile maps to dim when combat begins, but in this scene I actually dim it right as the Ahigu comes down from the side, so it's pretty bright right now, and when I hit A here to get past the dialogue, it's gonna zoom in on the Gorg here and you'll see the tile map glow actually dims. Or it didn't, or maybe it already did. Actually not sure. Huh. Did it dim? I can't even tell. I'll have to look into that because it doesn't seem like it. Huh. I'll have to look into that. Well, I reworded this tutorial here. Collect chunks of defeated enemies to prevent them from respawning. It's a little shorter than the other one, and I think people will actually more likely to read it when it's shorter. Oh, here's where it happens. Nope. No, it doesn't. I'm not sure. That's weird. Or maybe it already did it and I didn't. Because it is kind of subtle. Of course, there's the sound effects of the picking up the. Okay, so here does it brighten up again? No, it doesn't. Interesting. So we already have an issue here. I'm actually gonna tab over and take a look at this. So I do think that we rebuilt. Did we rebuild? Yeah, the build was successful. Interesting. Oh. Let's actually kill this. Let's play it from the editor, because this worked before. I'm really surprised to see that not working. It's also one of those things that when you build a release, it doesn't always work the way it does in the editor. And there was something recently that I had to... All right, well, let's actually take a look at the script itself. Because I remember there was a script I needed to surround with editor tags. But I really don't believe it was that script. Let's see. What was it? Utility. See, it was this one, remove duplicates, that I had to add the if Unity editor. So there is another script somewhere. World building. Tile maps. Oh, I gotta bring up my pop out chat. I almost forgot it. Like I always do. Okay. What was I? I'm just gonna look at the actual tile map because that's gonna have it on there. Environment. Oh, you know what? I forgot to blow up the screen for stream as well. There we go. Okay. So we're going to go into the tile maps and then in path. Oh, you know what it is? I remember now. It happens through a feedback. So we're going to go to feedbacks, and then it's in world tile map color. Okay, so here's where it all happens. I'm just going to play in here and see if I notice the difference. Interesting. There's like a little bit of texture pop in and out right there. Is it always doing that? Interesting. Yeah, specifically on these crystals, they're not gradually getting lit. They kind of just pop on and off, like right here. To look into what's causing that. They all do it to a certain point, but those ones are pretty bad. Like the grass does it too, but not so much that the crystals do, and that just might be because of their base brightness. Also could be due to project settings though too. All right, so here's where it would happen. Okay, yeah, it definitely happened here. As you can see, the glow is a lot more dim now. So the question is why did it do that? Let's restart. Actually, let's kill this and go from the main menu like we did in the build. Not that it should matter, but I'm at the point where I don't know what matters, because it doesn't make sense why it wouldn't be working. Okay. Yep, that dimmed. Huh. Trying to think what other things I've done that I can make sure that what was the tutorial rewording was updated too, so this is very weird. All right, let's try it in here again. I wonder if it's maybe just how tile maps are handled in the release mode. Maybe they're, I don't know, because I'm doing it through just color. All right, let's see. Yeah, not at all. Huh. Well, let's carry on. I mean, it's not the end of the world if that's not working, but it's really weird that it's not. It's possible this build didn't go through and I'm on an older build. So let's get to the end, because I know there was something I did after this, and if that's not in here, then I know it's the build. Okay, so this is another thing I added where I'm actually forcing the user to swap their arms. So first one, and then the next one, and then eventually it says that it wants you to try them out. So you do. There it is. So this is another scene where the tile map should have dimmed. Oh, you know what? And it's got these side walls here. I swapped these walls out for some new ones, and I'm pretty sure I did that after I did the tile map thing. So something is just not working with the tile map. And I'm not doing very good at my own game right now. Also, the swap weapons are on the triggers now, so you can swap during gameplay really easily. I don't know if I'll always keep it that way. I'm thinking of, because it does work pretty well. I feel like every time last time I tested my game on stream before the convention, I also ran into like a really weird release build bug. You'd be surprised how common they are. And there's a new fireball, so I swapped his fireballs out from a different one that the Devile uses just for some variety. And I actually really love the look of his. And they look like they suit a boss battle better too. So I'm glad, you know, I chose that one for him rather than the Devile. There was some weird clipping just then over the let's see if I can try to do that again with him, but I probably won't. Oop. Yeah, he's gonna die before I get him over there. Yep, there he goes. Okay. So we have some new walls on the right and the left here too. There are different versions of the walls that we were using before. They have like the red tips on them now, which I think looks pretty cool. I chose to leave it out in the first scene just so that there's a little bit of a escalation there. Okay. I also put in that script that lets us that moves characters back to a reset spawn point when they potentially fall through the ground, which isn't something I've ever seen, but there were 2 people at the last convention who said they saw that, and they were right. The character wasn't there anymore when they should have been. Just don't know how it happened. All right, so this is all better now. You can really see how the characters, that one bug I said about the texture of the characters before. This scene looked really weird before, but now it looks really good. All right. it's so weird about the tile map. What could be happening in here that wouldn't happen in a release build? This is honestly one of those things that I just want to go right to ChatGPT for and be like, what's going on here? To save me from spending all night trying to figure it out and trying to make builds and debug and all that. Must be like it could be the coroutine. So it's suggesting I use a preserve tag, saying that because it's a feedback, it might not get into the build because it thinks nothing uses it. But that's really weird because it's no different than any of the other ones that I use. Very, very strange. We could try to make I might as well. A development build with script debugging. Yeah. Yeah, let's build one of these. We don't need profiler. Yeah, just script debugging. So that's going to take a little bit. We can take a look at the script in the meantime. I wonder if that's the coroutine, because no, we use that everywhere. Okay. I couldn't remember if Unity had a special coroutine that we had to use. The other thing could be lifetime, but this doesn't do anything until it's called. Oh, the other thing we could have done is had it, we could have put, actually, oh, there are some error logs in here. Where does those logs go to? App data. Cosmic Cat. I forget where. Let's see. Oh no, there I am. Okay. Let's see. Player log. There it is. All right, let's see if this said anything. Nope. But also we can just check to see if there's any errors. time. Some interesting warnings on here that I'm not familiar with. Target component is null. Damage on touch. Interesting. We're getting some. We're getting some interesting warnings here. So here's where we're going to combat. So it needs to happen before here. I think this animation thing is happening when we're adding all the other Higus in. So it's before this. Here we go. Time on an audio source. That's an interesting one. I wish I knew what this was. A process abilities, movement, unstoppability used sound effect, disable loop. Take a look at this. So it got in here. Oh, right. This is where I stop something from playing. So it should be before all the Higu stuff that we would expect it. And here's another one of these. Okay. I think, nope, a little bit more. Ox Collider. I really do need to sort these out. At some point, not tonight, not before the convention. Fog of War. Game over. Oh, we're at the top. Okay. Yeah, so nothing in the log file here is telling me anything I should know about. And we still have a few minutes on here. Like I said, we don't really even need to fix this if it is going to be that much of a problem, but it would be nice to get that right. And that's, I mean, that is why I put it in there. Yeah, I didn't see any exceptions or anything, which would have been the thing to. It was a 650. Yeah. Okay, that's when this happened. Yeah. Wait a second. Oh wait, this isn't where we need to be. Where's the script? Here it is. Owner. Wonder if it's having trouble finding the owner. We shouldn't be doing this. So it's not that important. It's just who's running the coroutine. Actually, this does make sense as to why it's maybe the problem. Because what could be happening is oh, no. Okay, this does actually possibly make sense. We shouldn't be creating an owner class because I think we already have an owner. Yeah. And then we want to do player. That. I think this is what we really want to do. And honestly, we could even go a little deeper with this. Do that. Actually, wait, no, we have to do player. Okay. I'm wondering if it was finding the wrong. Yeah, not really sure. I'm a little less confident in this than I thought, but that does seem very suspicious. And we are still building. Well, either way, running this should tell us. Oh, you know what? I think just because we changed this just now, though, it's not going to be the same. Well, it's not. I hate how long builds take. Yeah, we're actually gonna have to back all this out. I'm just gonna hit save so it's back to the state that it was so we can debug properly. Because we should be able to tell if it's not working because of that line. Based on what model behavior we get back. The other thing it might be is I'm wondering if another thing to try is actually setting the color on that tile map just from the start to see if it is that color brightness for the build, because maybe it's a shader issue. I'd be surprised, but I don't know, because it is just, I mean, it knows how to color. So yeah, that doesn't make any sense because we do that stuff all the time. Yeah, here we go. Get in action. Yeah, I wanted to do more limb swapping in this demo, but kind of had the idea for it a little too late. But I might update it for the next convention, which is in November. It's going to be kind of a smaller one, but it should still be pretty fun. It normally doesn't take this long to build. It might be because I'm streaming. I don't know. It's really taking its time too. There we go. Okay. Let's start it up now. And let's just test it out before we attach. Alright, we also have the debug log here too, so if anything bad happens, we can tell. Alright, it didn't happen. Okay, so now we're going to attach. Oh wait, I attached to the wrong thing. I'm gonna attach to this standalone player. Okay, that worked. Oh, I just started up another instance. What I wanted was attached to process. I'm going to do it that way. Okay. Attached to process, and then somewhere in here we'll see Heredity. Actually, is there a attached to Unity process? That's what we want. There it is. Perfect. All right. So we're gonna breakpoint here, and this should be where we need to be to test all this. I also wonder if stop's getting called early. But oh no, what happened? I think something bad happened. You have to restart. Try it again. It happens every once in a while where the screen, I think it's when I tab out too early while starting the game up. All right, I'm gonna attach on, oops, on another window here, another display. Let's see, I can play while it's, okay, it's attached now. Oh no. I think because I changed the script, it wants to act like it doesn't know anymore. Which means we would have to build it all over again. Oh no. Oh, I even realized before what I was doing didn't even make sense anyways, because we're getting it from the owner. So we're just gonna remove that entirely. Remove owner. Why do you not want to close? Well, one thing I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a copy of this so we can play it while it's building. And that way we can find any other issues that might be happening. All right, I have to kill this thing now. It will not die. Okay. So this is good now. All right. I am going to... Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to rename the build folder. I'm not even going to copy. That way we're building into a fresh folder anyways. All right. So now we'll give it another build. Yes. And we can play the old build in the meantime. So, and that'll be fine because it's just not going to do the thing we know it's not going to do. And we'll just test out some things. Really have to try to play the game like I normally wouldn't really. I just have to button mash all the time because that is how people play it. Especially at a convention, and they're not used to playing games, or they're not used to a controller. They just start mashing things, and so it's always good to kind of do that. It's trying to mash all the... Oh yeah, oh, that's another thing. I have to change the triggers. Swap arms now, they don't attack, and I need to remove... I probably should just remove the swapping on the D-pad altogether because that doesn't do anything now. Okay, yeah, I forgot I needed to do all this. That's something else I can do in the meantime. I can use the shield during this part. It's okay though. Okay, yeah, basically you have to kill that thing for it to move on. Okay. Yeah, everything's good. Okay, here we go. Just gonna go around and try different things. I should close this passage once I enter combat. Oh, interesting. I think that's the first Tahigu. So this is like, it's a bug, but it's not one that I haven't anticipated. I think that's the first Tahigu, because he never actually respawns ever. So sometimes he's left over, and he's the only, and he doesn't respawn because of the tutorial. Just a little fun fact. Okay. Oh. I just screwed it up somehow. Huh. I broke it somehow. I have to figure out how I did that. I like changed the wrong arm, which I specifically coded against, like, so I have this thing where only during the tutorial for for that arm should you be able to swap that arm. You can't do the other ones. Even after you unlock the one and then go to the other, you can't go and change the original until you know, hit attack with both new arms. The particles when they hit the character are kind of wonky. I think they're maybe even missing a texture or something. I have to look into that at some point. It's not a big problem, but I see it. Oh wow, it already built. I think it just took a long time the first time because of the debug symbols. Okay, and now we attach. Make sure that it's up. Okay. Attach to Unity process. There it is. Please attach this time. Okay, we are attached this time. So that means that the script does exist in the build. So all we should have to do now is just go to where it's executed. Which is after this dialogue here. Come on, please break. There it is. Okay, cool. We got it. Awesome. All right, target tile map. There it is. That's right. Color. Okay, we don't need to reset the coroutine. Now we're going to be starting the coroutine. Owner is the beat player. Good. And then we want a breakpoint in here in this coroutine. So we're going to play now. All right, we're in the coroutine. Let's just make sure that the colors are correct. Yep. So just half colors. It's all good so far. Everything is as it should be. Now I wonder if this is like a time thing. So it sets the from color. We want to make sure it gets here because this is the important line. Okay, we are here. Two color. Yep, this is all good. Make sure that this is the right tile map. I mean, I can't imagine why it wouldn't be, but I'm just so confused as to why this isn't working the way it's supposed to. Yep, that's the right one. So we're gonna play. Hey Zoe, you want attention? So what does it look like? It does not look right. That's so weird. I'm wondering if there's like if for release mode there's like a refresh. If there's a refresh function that I need to use. Trying to see if there's like some sort of refresh on tile maps, but it's so weird. I think the other thing we said we could do is, well, no, it's really just this. We could try to force a redraw, and the function is refresh all tiles. The other thing is, I wonder if something is, ooh, you know what? Are we just immediately overwriting it with something else? That's the other possibility here. Tile map material. Is this being hit every frame? Oh, this only happens in the Unity editor. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. We might be onto something here. We're doing something in the tile map material. Only in the editor. Oh, I bet this is it. I bet this is it. Because what's happening is we have a property block that we're creating that's setting the color, and in the editor we're doing it every single frame. So what's happening is in release mode we're not calling update anymore, and that's just to save performance. So there's got to be a way that we have to do this explicitly when we need to. Pet that cat. Pet that cat. Pet that cat. It's Zoe's turn today. We don't normally get the Zoe pets. Hi, Zoe. Isn't it focusing? There it goes. Hi, Zoe. Uh-oh, Zelda doesn't like this. Zelda heard there was a Pet That Cat redeemed, and she's missing out on it. There she goes. Is my camera not like... Ooh. The camera doesn't want to focus. Pet that cat too. Well, you know, she left. She's pretty offended. Hi, Zelda. Okay, fine. Pet too. You can see her tail. Yeah. Aw. Zoe. You have two hands for a reason. Yeah, that's true. Isn't it I feel like the camera's the light's just not picking up on the cat. Oh, and I made it way worse. Come on, come on. Why is my camera oh, there it goes. Oh, I wonder if it was because of the mic was in the way and it was picking up on the mic. Fuzzy cat. Yeah, she's a fuzzy one. Aw. Fuzzy cat. Woo! All right. All right, Zoe. You got your good pets. All right. All right. There's your cat pets. Thank you for your service of redeeming. Oh, she's fuzzy in both ways, so. All right, where am I? Okay. So, to fix this bug, we are onto it finally. This was a tricky one. So I'm wondering if we can just call update material on. So what we could, yeah, so I think what we could do is on here in the lerp color, what we'll do is we need to grab the tile map material from the target tile map. And then we don't need to do anything with it unless it exists. So it doesn't mean that the script needs to fail if it doesn't find it. So what we would do then is every while loop, we would say if does not equal null, then update. And when we force update the color. Okay, this is right. This is the way to do it. This is the proper way. Cool. And then we'll want to do the same thing right here. Man, that was a tricky bug. That was a sneaky one. And yeah, it just shows that you really have to be careful about what you're using the if-def Unity editor line for. So that built, and now we're just going to, you know, I don't even think we need to do the debug build again because that's going to fix it. I'm confident. So we're gonna clear out the build folder and we're gonna build again. And in the meantime, we can play the demo again. Oh, I should have made that. Actually, you know what? No, we're not gonna do that. We do need to fix the control, because of the controller guide. Okay, here we go. So we can get rid of the D-pad instructions. Turn on auto select. There we go. D-pad. There it is. Where's the other D-pad? There. And there's a swap legs around here somewhere. Click it. There it is. Okay, cool. And then, oh, can we, I hope we can get rid of that line. I don't think we can. I don't think we're able to do this. Oh no. Can Photoshop do this? Remove the red line. If it's able to do this, that's going to be crazy. I should be able to do it if not though. That's wild. Not what I wanted though. That is interesting. It definitely did it. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, okay, no, we're not doing that. I take it back. All right, we're gonna do this ourselves, but we're gonna keep a copy. So let's sample that color and uh-oh, why? Oh, wait, nope, never mind. It does. I was wrong. There is a lines. Okay, it's in this file here. All right, we're good. All we have to do is erase. Cool. Next, we just need to edit this. Swap left arm. Oops. Didn't mean that. What have I done? My computer's really struggling right now between building, streaming, and running Photoshop. Oh, okay, well, it's doing, okay, well. All right, it just all caught up there for a second. Okay, we got an extra space in there. Done. Okay. Now we need to do the same thing with this. All right. I think we're good now. Aim and auto attack. I'm gonna actually just say aim and attack. Well, my computer's really struggling. Oop. Okay. Well. Need that. All right. Cool. I think we're all good now. Unity's still building, so I'm a little hesitant to export it. However, let's see. If it breaks it, it breaks it. Yeah. Okay. Should be done in a moment here too, which is nice. We'll probably actually just rebuild it though, just so we can start it up again with all the proper changes, because we gotta really make sure we're not creating new bugs and issues like that. Hi Zelda. Uh-oh, Zelda's here. She was like, I didn't get my pets before. And she's not happy about it. She's not happy about it one bit. She looks mad. She looks mad. Mad. Okay. Time to play the game. Oh, you know what? I should check out how I broke the tutorial earlier. Forget about that. Get through this part real quick. Yep, I've gotten pretty good at it. Okay, so I did something here where I changed the left arm. And now I can't do it again. That's very strange. Oh, let's restart and try it again. I might just need to be mashing more. Oh, I wonder if there is this one thing that if you're pulling the triggers during the loading scene, sometimes it like tries to trigger. But that's only when I don't know. We'll see. I thought I determined that wasn't the problem. Okay, I'm gonna start mashing. Oh. Okay, I think what it is okay. If you just start okay. I bet I know what's going on. We have to do it again. I think what's happening is when I'm hitting it at the same time, it's registering both. But it's weird because there shouldn't be, or I might be like multi-tapping it. That could be it too. Okay. So this time I'm gonna try hitting it as fast as I can to see if I can do it more than once. Nope. How about at the same time? There's a window of time where I'm able to do it. Because there was that one point the couple runs ago where it ended up being both Gorg arms instead of cycle arms at the end, which is like totally wrong. Well, one respawned. Interesting. Yeah, I did it again, and I really just mashed the triggers. I'm not too worried about this, just because this, if they screw it, like it's not a bug that ends gameplay or anything, right? Like nothing, like there shouldn't be any reason that someone just starts mashing both triggers. And if they do, then like, oh well, they just didn't switch it to the right arm and they could just do that again after. So I'm not gonna worry about it too much. You got me. Ooh, got that Ahigu though. All right. It's crazy what kind of bugs can be created when you're just changing the smallest things. It really does worry me anytime I make changes and I'm having an event like this. Oh. That rock there is doubled up and reflected. Interesting. There's two there. It doesn't look like anything else is. Anything else doubled up? That's weird. It doesn't look terrible, but we don't want more assets than we need, just because every asset is you know, performance. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that looks doubled up, because normally when things are doubled up you see them fighting for Z value, so they'll flicker back and forth over the top of each other, and I don't see that with these guys. Now I do have a script that, oh wait, okay, so you see that there's some Z fighting right here, but that's just two blades of grass that are next to each other that just so happen to be at the same location so that they fight Z value there. It's very rare that it actually happens organically, but it can happen. But if there's a doubled up asset, it normally happens pretty easily, which I'm not seeing it happen here. So I'm wondering if there is enough of a space between them where it's, I mean, I can just bring it up now. I think it's done building. So we're in prologue 1.5. And yep, there it is. Yep, there's 2 of them. Now the question is, where's the other? Wait. Okay, here they are. Yeah, it's the same rock. Oh, some of the others have duplicates too. Do they all have duplicates? No, just a couple of them. Interesting. So I made this script recently to prevent duplicate assets because they were starting to slip through. So I have this way of configuring the props in a scene. And so we can actually kind of see how many duplicates there are by going to the zone data and looking at, okay, there's 188 props in the scene right now. So now if we go up here to tools, clean up, remove duplicate. Whoa. Oh wait, I just went to a prefab accidentally. Remove duplicate. Oh, it didn't remove that duplicate. Okay, so the script is not doing what it's supposed to. Oh wait, hold on. I remembered. I'm supposed to highlight all of the and this is just so it doesn't okay, there it says, oh, it removed 6 duplicate game objects. Okay, so now we hit save. And that should be good. Now let's go to prologue 1 now. Make sure that we're not doing the same, because that, especially if it's a lot of duplicates, we can actually get to the point where we're hurting performance for no reason at all, and potentially even making things look worse if it starts flickering. Okay, so we have 227 props. Let's run the 1 duplicate. Okay. Interesting. Let's actually go to the intro zone. That one could definitely be a culprit for duplicates. Got 144 in this one. Oh, interesting. We have a bunch that aren't in the pool. I think it's only the pool ones we have to worry about normally. Let's see. That didn't run, did it? Oh, I think it just, oh, it's just, okay, yeah, it's been, there were none. Okay, good. Might as well try them all now. Oh, everything is hard-coded in this scene. So the only other one is this, is the boss battle, which I don't think anything is. I think everything's hard-coded in that one too. Yeah, okay. So we're good now. Okay, so we have the controller update, we have the duplicate prop update. Were there anything else that I needed? I don't think so. Let's just keep playing a few more times before we try to rebuild again. Actually, let's try to do the rebuild. Shouldn't take too long. I was thinking it'd be cool if I implemented some way to detect if somebody beat the demo without dying, and if they did, like a screen would pop up and say, you know, congratulations, like you've won a sticker or something like that. That'd be kind of a cool showcase thing to do. Nice. But again, it's like one of those things where it's just like, I don't want to keep doing things and introduce possible bugs. These showcases have been really fun, and they've been great opportunities, and I've been meeting a lot of great people, and seeing people play the game has been fun, and getting feedback. But I am at the point now where I've got the feedback that I need, and you know, the game's not changing drastically between all of these different conventions. It's really just an experience at this point, and it's fun, and yeah, it's fun, but I'm not getting nearly as much value out of the next two that I did the first one, and so I don't really care too much about making small changes as much. I'm more concerned about, you know, spending this next year making the game what the game is really going to be, and then, you know, maybe doing PAX East in 27. There is another bug here where sometimes the character doesn't move when it should, and it's another one where I've never seen it actually happen, but I've seen it after it's happened, and so I don't know what the people did, if they did anything, or if it was like a product of the A-star algorithm, so like the pathing where maybe they don't, like, I don't know, it's so weird. I wish I could turn up the sound on this one sound effect here. It's so quiet. You can hear when you pass over it, but I want to hear it better when you're not. Okay. Let's see what's going on with the endless combat. See if that's broken or anything. Yeah, that all still looks good. And I never play this one really anymore. It's weird hearing this song. I remember I was like so sick of hearing this song for a while, and now it's starting to feel like I don't know if nostalgic is the right word. It might be. I don't know. It is cool to see. I've been so like zoned in on this demo for the past few months where, you know, it's nice to see some of these other biomes again. Yep. Yeah, I think this one's probably fine. I'm not too worried about, like, no one really played this one much. It was like a there was a couple people who like after the demo they wanted to play more, so they went back to the main menu and then selected it. There was like a few people who did that, which was kind of cool, but at the same time, like you know, those are people who like stayed at the booth for a very long time. And I don't know if yeah, I really do wonder what the line's going to be like in this next convention, because anime was kind of crazy. There was times where there was like lines, and there was like lines most of the time. So when someone was like sticking around that long, it was usually people were getting annoyed behind them. Not like a half hour, but like probably like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. When I showcased in Brooklyn, though, there was like one kid who just like he actually did probably play it for over a half hour, and he was just like, yeah, I realize I'm hogging this. I'll give it up now. Yeah, definitely still a cool feeling though. Okay, since the new build's ready, I'm gonna exit out, and we're gonna try that one instead. I was just kind of wondering, this is a super tangent. I haven't updated my Steam wishlist in a while. Kind of curious if it's gone up at all. Normally it goes up just a little bit, so let's take a little peek. I hate how Steam makes you use the code every time. And junk. My email's been so annoying lately. I haven't been getting the things that I should be getting. There it is. code took 5 minutes to get to me. And verdict is, ooh, we went up 7 wish lists. That's nice. Yeah, for 441 to 447, or 448, I mean, wait, what did it say? 448, cool. Thank y'all. You guys are the best. Let me update that on the stream. Getting closer. Getting closer to that 500. Wait, why didn't it work? Okay, I have to hit save somewhere probably. There it is. There it is. Okay, cool. Okay. This is the new one, right? All right, so what we want to see here is that the tile map dims finally. All right, when I hit this A button, you're gonna see it go from really bright to like medium brightness. Yeah, there it is. All right, cool. I'm glad we figured that out. That was a sneaky bug. It really was. And I love debugging stuff like that. I almost wonder if I just say hold R to attack continuously. Yeah. Collect chunks of defeated enemies to prevent them from respawning. Yep. And then he respawns. All right, cool. And now this area is a lot better suited for combat. It doesn't, things don't blend in with the ground as much now. Before they find their way back here. Should have added sound effects to some of the other props that I hadn't yet. Oh, you know what? That's another thing I didn't test is when I'm hitting both. Okay, that's what it was. It was 2 simultaneous bop bops. Interesting. Actually, I want to look at the order of execution on those. Let's see. I'm just gonna kill this for now so it's not playing music the whole time. It doesn't really matter though. I probably shouldn't be this picky. It's just a dumb tutorial. I am kind of curious though, because what happens is swap weapon tutorial. Okay, so we only unlock the right arm when it happens for swapping, and then we turn on the right arm swap tutorial. And that doesn't do, okay, that detects if the right arm swap button is pressed yet. Yeah. And if it is pressed, then it turns on the left arm swap tutorial. It locks the right arm swap immediately. It unlocks the left immediately. And then it disables the trigger on here so it doesn't play this feedback again. And then it shuts itself down. Okay. I feel like this is redundant. Okay, so then on here, when yeah, I don't see where it's slipping through. Because we literally never turn, they're never on at the same time. So it really must just be, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused. How this is happening. It's not until here do we unlock them again. We lock it again here. Yeah. Very strange. Oh well. I'm not too worried about it. All right, run it back. Run it back. I can't speak. Well, I mean, I'll know if it's not working when people start playing it on Friday. The one nice thing though is that I know I at least have the original playtest demo, the original demo that I had. So if something does go catastrophically wrong with this version, I could always roll it back. I mean, obviously this one's better, but you know, the other one is people enjoyed. I think I'm past all of the things I want to change now. Nothing's jumping out at me. So yeah, see, it's only when I'm hitting both at the same time. Oops, was on mute. I really need to start button mashing and doing crazy things. Things that people do at conventions. I feel like there's some people who just go into a game trying to break it. Like that's the that's their goal, which is fine. Oh yeah, there, and then the double layered rock here's gone. That's good. That's good. Got the new walls here, looking crisp. So here's another one where the ground will dim. It should dim. No, okay, it dimmed when he hit the ground. Cool. So that'll help visibility on this fight a little bit more. One of the things that one of the feedbacks I was getting is that the way the Ahigus pile up sometimes makes it look like their draw order isn't right, but really it's just them being on top of each other. Like right there, it looks like the draw order isn't right, but it's not that the draw order isn't right, it's that they're piled up on top of one another. And I'm not really sure how to make that. I don't know how to make that look right, because I mean that's what it is. And I think that where for me it's easy for me to know that, and so it looks normal to me, but trying to give it a look from an eye that isn't mine, I can see how people might think that that is just the wrong draw order. I don't know. See, when there's a bunch of them, it looks fine, because then you really get a feel for them just being on top of each other. The other thing is to just completely get rid of the whole concept of them being able to go on top of one another. I'd actually be kind of curious, because that was always something that just kind of happened accidentally. I would be kind of curious to try out what it would be like if they never could just go on top of each other. And I'm not even sure really how to do that. I think I just have to make it so their colliders don't climb slopes. That's the thing, like it's fun when they cluster up, but if clustering up makes it seem like it's bugging out, then it's not really worth doing it anymore. Like unless I can get it to look like what it's doing. So I don't know. It's another one of those game design things where, you know, I know what I'm going for, and I know what it's supposed to be. But just because the player doesn't get that doesn't mean that they're not right when they say it looks weird. I should do something different with the health bar to make it a little bit more interesting at some point, especially the red in the middle. Maybe do a similar boil animation on that part. Let me use the bathroom real quick. Okay.
Hi. Hi, Zelda.
She's a good one. Hey, Ember, what's going on? Hit flash health bar so it shows white for recent damage and then reduces after taking no damage for... Yeah, that's a good idea. That would definitely make it more interesting. Yeah, it gives you a little bit more of a feel of what your DPS is like, right? Well, Zelda's got a hairball. Yeah, you know what? I actually want to try what I was talking about with the Higus and clumping up on each other. And this is something we can actually test in our prefab sandbox zone. Okay, so here we have one of these guys right there. Where is he? Way over here. Actually, yeah, we'll and it did look like draw order was incorrect at certain points, but I didn't take any screenshots. Yeah, and that's the thing. I think it's because everything is just so, like, you know, everything's just moving so fast, and even if you did take a screenshot, it probably wouldn't look right. It's just because, like, I don't know, the draw order is correct. It's just that they're on top of each other and it doesn't look right. So I think maybe just making it so they can't be is probably the right move. So I think it would happen here on slope limit. The slope limit, I think the lower would mean that let's just put it like super low to like 5 or something, and then we can duplicate the let's get a bunch of them. All right, that should be enough. And yeah, it's just not worth doing it. Like, it is fun when they all group up, especially when there's a bunch of them, because then it's like, okay, there's this huge like pile of them coming at you. But in regular gameplay, it doesn't really work very well. Get out of here. All right, let's see. Okay, see, it's still happening. That didn't fix it, but I can actually show you what I mean now. So these guys up here, yeah, so this right here, actually. When we zoom in here, this in particular right here looks incorrect because it looks like this guy is sitting on the ground behind these others, and it looks like this guy is just completely incorrect, has the incorrect draw order. However, if we go into the scene mode now and take a look at what's really happening, this guy is in fact in front of all the others. He's just on top. And if we turn on their colliders, which is ruined by this yellow dome. Oh wait, there we go. Oh, well, it's too much stuff going on. That doesn't work. But so yeah, like the draw order is correct, you know, period. It's just, this is what's happening. This is really what is going on. And I think it looks, and it's cool when there's a bunch of them like this, but it just doesn't work. Or it's almost like they shouldn't be able to pile on top of another in front. They should always be like, if they're pile, but then it gets into weird, that's like a weird thing to code, right? Where like, oh, if this guy's, it's like factoring in the Y value into the draw order, even because like this is the way it should be. It just doesn't look right. So I just think that the solution is not letting it happen at all. And I can't remember which direction the slope limit was, because maybe it's like higher. I don't think so. I thought it was like, because slope limit, I don't know. It depends on what the angle is relative to, right? Because yeah, I mean, I want it to look good, especially, you know, Friday, there's going to be hundreds of people playing it. And, you know, I don't want to give them the impression that things aren't right. Okay, nope, it's happening again. From that perspective, it makes sense, but that's not the perspective of the game. You can't really see height from the default camera, right? And that's why I normally have like a shadow under them, so like when they lunge, you can kind of see that there's some distance between them and the ground. So it's just, how do we get these to, oh wait, I'm also dumb. I only changed, when I did the 85, I only did it to one of them. So that was a botched trial. I'm gonna try it again, but I have a feeling this isn't gonna be the one. It is weird. I mean, it shouldn't, I feel like that's the whole point of the slope limit, is preventing them from going up slopes. We'll give it a try. Get out of here. You're not welcome here. Nope. All right. Step offset. Nope, that's not it. Skin width. Min move distance. Angular dampening. Nope, that's rotations, right? Oh, weird. And we even have a freeze on the Y position. So it's like it shouldn't even. Oh. Oh, this is it. It's on the controller script. Steep surfaces. Here we go. Impact. No. Hmm. Yeah, I'm surprised that the rigid body actually has a constraint on the Y. It must be. It's so weird that it's allowing them to be, because clearly not. The Y is not 0 for all of them. The steep surfaces though. I'm wondering if this is. Yeah, see, this is just for sliding down steep surfaces. It's not used for preventing them from going up steep surfaces. What do their colliders really look like? Yeah, I don't even understand how they're able to do this. Because their colliders are just these cylinders here. Is that true? God, there's too much stuff going on here. One thing I don't like about Unity is all of the icons. Okay, behavior tree. Go away. Okay, that didn't do anything. Behavior. Oop. Okay, that's all the behavior tree stuff. Oh. Okay, that did it. Audio. Like I don't need to see where audio sources are. What's this symbol here? What's this? Is that spine? Oh, okay, just kicked us out of play mode. Oh, one's a particle system. Yeah, the whole icon thing is completely unmanageable. Okay, and then what is this? Magnifying glass with the dots. I have no idea what does that. Is that Pathfinder? A-star? No. There it is. It's a seeker. Okay. Cool. All right. So now we just have their character controller volumes here. And that is. It's very strange. Slope limit 0. Step offset. What is step offset? I need to look at what that is. No. Oh, the character will step up a stair only if it's close to the ground than the indicated value. It should not be greater than the character's controller's height or will generate an error. Okay. And then slope limit limits the collider to only climb slopes that are less steep in degrees than the indicated value. Right, that's what I assumed. So when I put it at 0, that should make it so it can't do anything. The only other thing I can think to do is making this very low as well. Other than that, let's take a look at the top-down controller. And what happens if I search slope? Okay, here we go. Whether or not the character just entered a slope or ground not too steep this frame. Let's look at what the code's doing. Too steep last frame. Okay, how is this being calculated? Because there is a steepness thing. Too steep. All right, there's a function, too steep. Slope limit, character control. Oh, it's factoring in the slope limit. Okay, well, and it's considering the ground normal. Okay, so I didn't understand what this meant before. The current surface normal vector. Maybe that's just, maybe we need to zero that out too. Well, let's look at the math again. Because only if, so I think this is set to 1 for them. Oh, no, it's not. What determines this? Velocity. All right. You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to hard code it. Because I just want to know if it works. I just want to know if that's the culprit. Because if I can hard code that to always too steep, then or that might make it so they never move though, so we'll see. That's probably what it's gonna do. Oh well. If I can get this to work though, I'm definitely gonna have to do a lot of testing because I don't want their behavior to be impacted. Oh, whoa. Oh my God. Look how fast I am. I don't think this had the right effect. Oh my gosh, I'm zooming. Okay. Well, oh man. All right, go run it back. Okay, let's go back to just what I had before because I did make another change. I made a few changes on that run, so we want to isolate these changes to ensure we understand what was causing what just happened. It was because it also could have been I also did the slope limit of 0 and the step offset of a very low value. So let's just try those changes right now. And if we're still super fast, then we'll need to take it one at a time. Because I only tried a slope limit of 5 before, but it doesn't make sense because I don't get it. I don't think it has to do with slope. It probably has to do with the step, but the step isn't that. Okay, this is better. Okay, no, it's not. Oh, wait, hold up. Something's done right because, oh, well, I was almost right. They aren't stacking really anymore. that guy is. But they're moving so fast that there could be just like some violent physics force that's forcing them up. Okay, so let's bring slope offset back to 0.1. See what that, or step offset, because I think that the step offset is really, you know what, I bet it's the slope limit of 0 that's making everything go faster. I bet that's it. We're putting step offset back to the original value. All right, let's see. I was right. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna put that back to, so I think what we're dealing with here, because the slope doesn't make sense because there's no slope on a character controller. It's just a vertical, just a cylinder. So what I think we need to do is we need to put slope limit back to whatever it was originally, which was 45. And then here, the step offset, I think the step offset was just, it was only 0.1, which the height is, guys, I think we figured out what the problem was. A height of 0. Okay. That's why we couldn't see the collider, because I thought that the yellow wasn't, I thought there was another collider, right? And okay, that was the problem. We can put step index back to 0.1. We make the height 1. Now the question is, though, the problem is I don't know. We'll take a look. That's definitely a problem, because it even said in the document there, step offset should never be larger than height, and yep, it was definitely larger than height. Now the only thing I'm worried about now is that now that there's a height, that these guys are actually floating. And I'm correct. These guys are floating now because their colliders have a height to them. Very interesting. Turn this back on. I don't understand why these symbols came back. Behavior tree. There's like another behavior tree symbol out there somewhere. Honestly, just want to turn off all symbols. There's probably a button for that somewhere. Yeah, none of that worked. Okay, icons. Can I turn off all icons? There should be a view where when you have a game object selected, it shows all the icons nested within that game object. Because like, this is useless to me. All right, we know it's a behavior tree thing. I guess I can manually do it myself. Behavior tree, is it just behavior tree? It is. And I've already, okay, the gizmo and the icon are the same. I turned off the icon, the gizmo was still showing. All right, so here we go. Now we can go back up here and, oops. Here, we can turn off the sound. We don't need the music playing. Okay. So what's happening, because he has a height now, there it is. No, I'm actually kind of wondering, this might be dumb, but do we need to have a height? I mean, clearly I've been running this whole time without, and what if we just made step offset also 0? Suddenly complaining a lot. What if we made height like very small? Let's just see what this would do. Because we don't need to make the height large, because... Oh. They can't move now. Oh man, this is not the kind of stuff I want to be doing a couple days before the event. Oh, okay, there we go. Hold up. Okay, so step offset cannot be 0 or else. Oh, that makes sense, because that means they wouldn't be able to move on the flat ground that they're on. So if we have the height be very low, but the step offset be even lower. There it is. I think it's happening. If I can just get out of here. There it is. That was the solution there. Oh, nope. They are still getting up on each other a little bit. This is so ridiculous. I feel like this just shouldn't be a thing that, like, it should be easier to disallow this stuff from happening. Okay. Let's make the height pretty large. It doesn't matter if they're floating, because we're just testing. We can fix the floating after, right? Let's make the height like 1, and let's make step offset like a normal 0.1. And then let's reset all of these guys. Did that do it? I think that did it. Yep. Okay. All right. So lesson is we can't try to do anything tricky. We just have to make the values. All right, let's actually go into one of these prefabs and finally make the proper change. So this is the ground here, and that's where they really should be aligned. So okay, here we go. So everything stays the same. We just make height 1. Oh, I see. Inch. Oh. Okay. Okay, I get it now. The height of 0 didn't mean that the collider had 0 volume. It just meant that it was a perfect circle. So it would completely make sense then that when two circles hit each other, it's easy for them to just slide up one of another. And I'm still and then because the step offset was larger than the height, okay, I'm getting it now. So I really think that if we just give it a height of 1, and then we see, this is where it's going to get tricky though, because all of this I don't know. We have this much distance. Trying to think. Oh, okay, hold on. Actually, we can figure this out. Ooh.
Flipdef just followed.
Hey, Flip Dev. Thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, no, I didn't say that right, but I tried. All right, so what we can do here is it's going to be annoying because where's the height? Okay, so we can just see how much we need to raise it. 0.25. Okay, yeah, 0.25. All right, so let's go back in here, and we now know that we need to move this guy up down 0.25 to compensate, which I hate, by the way, because now everything in scene view is going to look weird. I wonder if this is something I could probably do programmatically. Man. Yeah, because now they're all under the ground. This should work, though. We'll see. I don't like it. But I can do it programmatically so that when the game starts, it self-analyzes its own character controller. And then there's probably some sort of formula I can use to look at the height and know all right, how much to lower the visuals. Yeah, no, I think we're good now. No one is. All right, let me just stop them. Oh, so the thing now is they can't pile up on them anymore, though. Oh, and there's another thing. So now we're spawning the. Okay, we have to change something else because now that we're lower in the ground, we're spawning their chunks too low, and now those are going through the ground. Okay, fine. See, these are the things that worry me, as I said, just before a convention. Yep, okay. Yeah, that's not good. Is that because... That's so interesting. Is that because we're disabling the controller when it dies, so it goes back to its position under the ground? So weird, but we're gonna add the 0.25 there. I hate what we're doing here. I hate it. We got both the big ones here. Okay. Let's get rid of this guy and then start killing. Okay, cool. Oh, nope. Some of their chunks are still falling through. Yeah, it's because like... God, I hate this. I hate it. Like, why would it be doing this? All right, let's try something else. Let's set this back. And instead of adding it to the appearance, let's just add it to... I can't just add it to the spine because the chunks are nested under it. Can I... I don't understand why the offset didn't work. Okay, well, first of all, this thing doesn't need to exist anymore. Actually, I'm going to bring that back because I just don't want to, I don't want to break something. I just wish I could do this in a way where I think we determined that this wasn't possible, right? Just a small height and a even smaller step offset. I tried that. Didn't work, but we're going to try it again. It seems to be working. Oh, now we're dealing with problems of dashing in clusters where their physics are getting hung up on each other and it's causing like that choppiness, which is like, oh man, I hate all of this. So that means we need to like disable their collider during that time. Not disable it, but like, we could do like a change layer so they don't hit each other, but they still don't like fall through the ground. But then you're still running the whole risk of, well, what happens when they land and you turn their layer back on and they're inside a collider of another enemy? Oh, I wish I didn't think about this issue tonight because I don't need it. Because that right there makes it all so much worse. That means that even if we, because that was working well at that point, we didn't have any of the bugs, but now it's like, okay, well, now we have this problem of dashing through not working because and it's not like the whole thing of them dashing through the air, they shouldn't be catching on each other because they're going through the air. Well, we can try the change layer. Let's see what layer we could possibly use. Something that collides with the ground but doesn't collide. Oh, here, the default. It collides, does not collide with other. Oh, man. But can we always count on that being the same? What else do we have? Hazard. Or collide with obstacle. Hazard. But these also. Hmm. Where it is? Okay. Oh, here we go. Collide with obstacle. Oh, hazard actually does collide with non-player, but it doesn't with player? That's weird. I don't know if that's supposed to be the case. What changes do I have? Because we have some good changes here. We want to make sure that we keep. And then there's other ones that I don't want to like start tainting things. You know, I'm just going to go with default. It doesn't make sense. I'll fix it later. I've got 2 days. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the ability. Dash. And we're going to look at the feedbacks here. And the start dash here. Actually, I wonder if there's is already built in. A change layer on dash. No, it does not. I'm surprised. I feel like so many things has this feature. But not this. Okay. Game object. Change layer. set layer. I'm going to set it to default. And then, oh, what the? It is set to default. No, but it gets automatically set to non-player character though. During runtime. Copy this. And then on stop, here's the land recovery. That's where we, oops. Wait, what did I just do? Yeah, I definitely hate everything I'm doing here. It's getting hacky. But there's not really anything else I can do in the next 2 days to fix it. And I don't even know if this is gonna work. Oh. It does work, but it still does it sometimes though. It does it at the end. All right, I want to kill a bunch of these guys. There we go. Just want to make sure that it's not just happening anyways. Nope. Normally it doesn't happen. It's weird. It was only happening at the very end. I want to make sure that we weren't... I didn't make it so it just changes back too soon. No, this is the very last thing. Oh, this is after it's... Huh. What else could it be possibly colliding with? Because non-players shouldn't be colliding with default. Oh, but default collides with default. Okay, that's what it is. They were colliding with each other while they were in the air. Okay, that makes sense. Can we go no collision? The thing with no collision is it doesn't collide with the ground. I'm gonna make it collide with the ground because I don't even use no collision for anything. And so instead of default, we're gonna set it to that, no collisions. And there's literally never a time that we don't want something to collide with the ground. Well, I mean, that's not true. Actually, that's not true at all. We don't want things to go through the ground. That doesn't mean we don't want things to... It's tricky, right? Because it's like there's colliding with things and then there's like checking the collision with things. Like where there's certain things where we don't want to continuously check for a collision with the ground if we know that the Y value is locked. Which maybe their Y values should be locked. I don't know. Come on, do the thing. Hey, that worked. Cool. Hey, Cody, what's up? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Hello, hello. Cody is the man. If you don't know him and his channel, go over there and give him a follow. He brought the French dev army with him. We got a pet a cat.
Cheap sack of shit.
Well, you're actually in luck today because we got another one. We got Zoe here. Normally we have Zelda, but we got Zoe up here today. She decided it's my turn for the pets today. Zelda already got some. How am I doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey, Flipper Dev, thank you very much for the sub. You're too kind. Thank you very much. So actually, Zelda is Zoe's mother. I found Zelda on the side of the road, and she was abandoned and on the verge of starving, and I took her in, and I didn't realize she was pregnant. And 9 weeks later, she got nice. The thing is I thought she was getting fat because I was feeding her. Nope, she was pregnant, and so she had this little fuzzball here, and then she had two others which I gave to a coworker. But yeah, that's why they look so much alike. But you could always tell Zoe by the pink collar here. That's the difference in them. And but yeah, no, I'm doing well. I'm preparing my demo for I'm preparing the demo for the convention this weekend, that the Syracuse Retro Games Con. It's going to be a good time. I'm just trying to work out any things that I want to do. And right now I'm working on, I'm like trying to get all the bugs out, but then I keep finding things and I'm making more changes, and every change I make, I'm worried that I'm going to introduce a new bug. And so it's a little stressful. and I'm currently like changing the way that these guys, so there was a problem before with these guys stacking on top of each other, which I thought was cool because it created like a pile of them. But the problem is it created weird draw order issues, where the draw order was actually correct, but from the perspective of the camera, it looked like they were in the wrong draw order because it wasn't portraying height properly. And now, so now I have them all taking up space on the ground and just trying to get it to look right this way. And honestly, it looks all right. Oh, I'm getting the little licks. There's Zelda in the background. She's right there. Have you released a play test since the last one I played? No, I haven't. I might have, but it's not very different, possibly. And this one isn't really super different either. In fact, why don't we just play through it? I don't know if you're hanging out or not, but I know it's pretty late for you as well over in France. So but yeah, I'm basically just going through the demo now and making sure everything works the way it's supposed to. Yeah, there's some small things I changed. I think the big thing that I really like about what I've done differently is I've added loot beams to the chunks of the enemies as they fall to the ground, and that it just gives it a much more looty feel, and it just kind of screams pick me up. And that'll help. That'll hopefully help people with finding them too. That's the other thing. Sometimes they'd get lost in the grass, and that was never a good time because it's like, how are you supposed to see it in the grass? Oh, and that's another thing. So I did the, you probably didn't notice it there, but the glow on the ground actually fades out now. So you might have been around in one of my streams where I was talking about the visual clarity and readability during combat, and how I have a bunch of I have all these things that I do visually outside of combat that looks really good, but when you get into combat, it just doesn't feel good. So you can see here how bright the ground is, and it looks really cool in this scene, but when I press A and we zoom in, you'll actually see it dim a little bit like that. So now whenever combat begins, it does that, and when combat ends, it goes back to normal. Shadow, I've never been to a convention, but I suggest bringing 2 versions of your demo, the latest and the version before. Oh, I'm definitely already planning on that. I'll have several versions, because I did have a good version that I used at Anime New York City, which was a huge convention, and I think I probably had 500 to 600 people play that version, and only, you know, maybe 5 people had a bug. And oh, so there's the beams there, and they have a sound effect that goes to the beat of the music as they're picked up. So, you know, leaning more into the rhythm of everything, where everything is synced with the music to some extent. But yeah, so I mean, if all else fails, I can go back to that other one, but there are some things in this demo that I'm really happy with, like specifically those loot beams. And in this next part, I force so this part here where we zoom into the character and we say, to swap your right arm, press this, to swap your left arm, press this, and then it's saying, okay, now use it. And now it unlocks you. Whereas at the convention, people were just, I had a trigger where if you walk into the center of the map, it would take away the tutorial. And so people were just completely missing the weapon swap tutorial by just pressing forward the moment they could. And so now it kind of forces you, and it doesn't take too much time. And so now you can swap the weapons, because I've also put the buttons on the triggers now, so you can kind of swap to them a lot faster now. So for clusters of the enemies, you know, we can use the claws, and then for the long distance, we can use the lasers for this guy who's kind of a jerk. There we go. And oh, we hit another part. There it is. And oh yeah, these walls up here, I added a little bit more detail to them, so they have like the red outline on them. Oh, and I changed before this whole area was enclosed in the lava walls. Now we have these new walls right here that are just like this, like these like burning rock. I don't know. Yeah, I thought it looked cool. And so yeah, a little bit of a visual difference there. There was a problem with the shaders on the character that were like causing them to get like washed out within lighting, and that's fixed now, so the characters look a little better than they did before. I was gonna do this thing where where I was gonna let the players equipped. So the flying devil guy in the last scene, when you kill him, you take his limbs. In the real game, you should be able to like equip those, but I had everything like limited for this demo, and I was thinking of bringing that in, but I just didn't have the time. But okay, so here you can see how those walls with the red tips looks a little different than it did before. Before it was more of like a silhouette feel, and now it has more of like a burning rock kind of feel. I also changed the fireballs of the boss to be a little different than the devils from the last zone, and these ones look a little more chaotic because they have like a very like Like just their shape's a little bit more chaotic anyways. The kind of looks like a saw, like a circular saw almost. That's really the only changes I think I made. I'm just pelting this guy. I also made some bug changes too, where like there was like 2 people out of 600 people at the event who had this boss fall through the floor. No idea what caused it, but I added a script that kind of is like a safety script that if they get to a certain Y value, they just reset on the map. And I just have not been able to reproduce them doing that. So there's another thing where you were used to be able to knock back, like with the lasers, knock back the boss through the exit of the level. So he would go through here, even though my character can't, the enemies used to be able to. And if you shot him far enough back there, he would fall off the ground. And no one ever told me what they did to cause it, but I do kind of wonder if they were like trying to cheese it that way. Because only one person did it, and I asked him what he did, and he's like, oh, I don't know. And then another guy did it, and he was deaf, so I couldn't talk to the guy, unfortunately. So I was just like, I don't know what's causing this, but it's happened twice now. I got to do something about it. But you can clearly see changes. Oh, that's good. Oh, the other thing is I complete, this is a big thing. I'm raising the camera back up for combat. So you have a much wider view of the level in combat. And I think that's actually a really big one. Oh, I don't turn the ground back to full glow after that battle. Oh well. And then everything else is pretty much the same. And yeah, and I think the only other changes I might make for my next convention, which is in November, so I got another month after this, is maybe I will add in the Devile limbs, and specifically the torso, because I think it would be cool to then be like, you know, you just picked up the Devile limbs, you know, the arms have been added to your weapon pool, and you can also press up on the D-pad to change your torso, and that would give you his like basically this torso here to fly, and then like you could actually use flying in that boss battle. I think that would be cool. And it also would communicate the the whole hook of being able to swap to the limbs of the enemies that you defeat, which is something I didn't really get to do in this demo just because I ran out of time when it came to Anime New York City. And that was like my first convention. I was super duper nervous. I just wanted to make sure everything was working. And then, you know, it's been a little bit over a month since then. And I kind of just took that month to relax because I crunched so hard for 6 months to get the demo to this point for anime that I was just kind of burned out at that point. And but yeah, now I'm just testing this version and hoping it does well. And yeah, and there we are. Yay. But yeah, I'm just I don't know, the whole draw layer thing with the Higus piling up on each other. Hey, thanks. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm definitely, I do want to use this version for the convention, because I do think that there's aspects of it that I do want people to see. I also reworded some of the tutorials too, because one of the things people were doing were, you know, you can point the analog stick and that's all you have to do to attack. You attack continuously, and then what people were doing is they were like pushing, they were trying to push the stick, they were trying to push the stick for every attack. and there's just no need to do that. Yeah, so I changed the tutorial to say hold in any direction to attack continuously. Hopefully that helps. Let's see, how long does it take you to, oh wait, hold up. Cody says I have to go, it's late as always, see you later and have a good convention. Hey, I really appreciate that. Yeah, I won't be live until next week. I'll be gone after now, so but thanks again for the raid as always, man. You're the best. If anyone in here isn't following Cody, go follow him. He's awesome. He's working on a really rad horror game. It's probably going to be too spooky for me to play when it's out, but I'm going to play it anyways. All right, have a good night, man. And Shadow says, how long does it take you to complete the demo? To play through the demo, it's about it can be done in 5 to 10 minutes depending on how fast you go. Like if you're really hustling as fast as possible, about 5 minutes, and if you're taking your time, 10 minutes. At Anime in New York City, we had it was crazy actually to see how many people completed the demo. And so most people got to at least the boss battle, most people, and I would say at least half the people even beat the boss battle and completed the whole demo. And we pretty much had a full house the entire time. There was times we had 10 to 20 people in line waiting, and it was awesome. Yeah, we were pretty much just at max capacity the whole time. You know, Anime New York City had a attendance of like 130,000 people, but the thing, and you know, well, we had 500-600 people playing the demo. You know, it's obviously a very small portion of everyone who was at the convention, but it's just like we couldn't have any more than that, you know. For convention, this is a good length of play, I think. Yeah, I actually, so here's the thing. This demo I specifically made for the convention. This wasn't how I was going to originally start the game, but now I've kind of worked it into it being like a prologue, and it kind of setting the game up for what it will be. So at the end of the demo, you see how the Gorg dies, and then his arm flies off to the side, and it grows a new egg. Well, after that scene, you're gonna hatch a new character from that egg, and he'll be like base level 1, and that's when the true game starts. So I specifically made this demo to be kind of a teaser of what is it gonna feel like when you get further in the game to have more powerful abilities and being able to swap limbs more freely, because I really want progression to be a really important thing in the game. I just love the feeling of continually unlocking new abilities and making them grow stronger, and I want to like communicate that a little bit in this 5 to 10 minute section before you go back to square one, and then you have to build that up. So all of the things that I'm doing in here are specifically tailored to kind of hooking people, right? Like every hook in the game I'm trying to show, and like I said before, I ran out of time for some of them, where I feel like the biggest hook of the game is being able to swap limbs, and that's not really coming through very clearly in this version. So I'm gonna try to bake that in a little more clearly. The thing is while these conventions are really cool and I'm having a ton of fun with them, and I got a lot of good feedback, one was really all I needed, right? Because like when 600 people play your game, you have the feedback you need, right? And so I have two more conventions to go, and I don't expect to really get any feedback from any of these people that I haven't already heard, because between the next two conventions, they're smaller ones, but like let's say that another 500 600-700 people play the game, right? Well, like what am I really gonna get that the others didn't? Maybe something, but it's not that. It's more for the experience at this point, making connections, the networking. I agree. A regular reward makes you want to keep playing. Yeah. I want to kind of tap into that whole addictive dopamine loop with it a little bit. And I'm starting to flesh out the level up system now, where each limb will have like these powerful properties. So for instance, one of the starting arms is a punch attack, and you can unlock, as you upgrade it, you can unlock this one trait that if a melee attack doesn't make contact, it has a chance of spawning a projectile instead. And so that's going to be this trait that not only applies to that limb, but if you have a different arm, another melee effect, or a melee attack equipped, that gets that trait as well. And in fact, that's what this is. Normally the claw slash is just the slash, but this one has that trait on it where it 100% of the time spawns a projectile as well. And so every weapon, not every limb, I'll say, has one of these kinds of powerful traits, where when you have that limb that has that thing, it applies to all the limbs. And then as you're playing a run, you might actually where I'm gonna have like these kind of upgrade stations where you can find just the trait and augment your current build to use that. So it's kind of like I'm trying to tap into the synergies of the Binding of Isaac, but I'm also trying to make it so that you're going into the run with a build that's like partially made already. And then in the run, RNG will then start to take play in making the build a little bit more unique, a little more interesting. And it's not like, and here's the thing, I love Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac is a nearly perfect game. However, I don't know if you guys play Binding of Isaac, but for me, there's been a lot of times where I've restarted the game 50 times in a row because there's a very specific ability that I want to find in the first loot room. And it's like, that to me is counterintuitive to the game design that they're trying to go for, which is everything's random. You never know what you're going to do. You never know what you're going to get, right? Where it's like, it would be nice to have like some sort of roguelite game where you go in with half of your build already, and so like the important stuff you already have equipped, like I want my build to be structured around these traits and abilities, and then you're not really driven to continually restart that run to get the perfect combination. It's like you already have what you want, and now it's like, what can I take from here on to make it a little bit more interesting, a little bit more fun, and a little bit more unique from the last time I played this same core build. So that's really where I'm trying to go with this game, and that doesn't come through at all in this demo because it's still something that I'm designing and polishing and implementing, not even polishing, not even there, not even close to polish yet. It's a big feature, right? But it is what I consider to be the main hook of the game. So it's very important that I do it. And when I got accepted into Anime New York City, it was at the beginning of the year, and I didn't have this demo at all. This demo I made in 5 weeks. And the time up to that was just me getting it to the point where I could make a demo like this, because there's just so many different pieces involved, right? So, you know, it's just game dev takes a long time, and especially when day to day it's just me. You know, I do hire out people, but when I hire someone out, I still have to design the feature. I still have to figure out what I want. I have to write it up. I have to explain it to them. I got to make sure that they know exactly what I need, and then I need to wait for them to do it. And then when they give it back, I need to make sure it's right or give feedback, and then I need to integrate it back into the game. So it's like, hiring out doesn't save me time. It only allows me to have higher quality on certain things that I can't produce, like, you know, the art. I don't really do art. I can do some of the art, but I can't do the art for everything that you're seeing here. And it's just not something that, yeah, like if I was to do the art myself, this game would look awful. The music, that's the other thing I hire out. Everything else is pretty much me. Okay, so these Ahigus don't have the change I just made, so I actually need to do that before I even forget what I was doing. So basically, we have these little slimes that are all like piling onto each other. And we don't want them to do that anymore. And we fix this by adding a height of 0.1 and a step offset of 0.01. Okay. I think that's it. The other guys had yeah, we're gonna have to see how their dash works, because it might get kind of weird. All right, let's see. Let's run it back. Hey, Shadow, I can't remember if it was you or if it was, there was another name. That first day that Cody rated me, there was someone in chat who worked for Unity. Was that you? For you, no, okay. I forget who that was, what their name was. Actually, I could probably look. I don't know. Not sure who that was. Yeah. Anyways, on the other hand, there was someone who works for Valve. Oh, interesting. On this project. No, there was somebody who worked for Unity on that first raid, because they were asking me if there was anything that I wanted to change, if any features I wanted in Unity. Spiritual successor to Gary's mod. Ah, ambitious. Does it use Gary's mod? I can tell it's different. That's cool though. So you're saying they work for Valve, but this isn't a Valve game. Oh, it's by the people who made Rust. Interesting. Wait, did they made Gary's mod? Okay. Am I seeing this correctly? Oh, okay, it's the same studio. That's cool. So I'm guessing that on the sort, oh, that's cool. Oh, it was Dax. That's who it was. Daxode or something like that. All right, so here I want to test out the stacking in this scene because there's a bunch of them in this scene. Okay, it's not happening anymore. Good. And okay, cool. Now, one thing that's a problem though is that when they land, they can land within each other's hitbox or their collider, and then they're like stuck in it, or not stuck. Like, see how like little space they're taking up now because they're just landing in the same spot every time. I don't know how to fix that because it's like I would have thought that their colliders, once they got turned back on, would just have kicked them. Okay, so right here, I'm gonna turn off the sound. He was a French guy. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Let me find his. There he is. Daxode. Yep, looks, yep, very French. Yep. Okay. He did follow me. And he has been in the stream again since. I just always confused your name and his together. Okay. So here's the problem. We almost got what we needed, but these guys are landing in each other, and when their colliders turn back on, they're actually in each other, which is bad. And like, so we have like 10 of these guys all stacked up right now. Can we, how do we turn off tags? And we do not want this. We do not want this. And why is it allowed to happen? How do you, yeah, how would you, how would you fix something like this? Because it's like, I always thought that when colliders turned back on and they were inside each other, they would just bounce out, right? Maybe I'm wrong about that. Or it's a setting somewhere. Because that's kind of a problem, right? Like, not that, I don't know. Because it's like trading one issue for another now, where we had the issue of the draw order, which looked weird, but this looks weird. And I don't need to have this issue at 10 p.m., 2 days away, where tomorrow I'm supposed to be packing everything up, and then the next day I'm leaving. I might just try to Google a little bit about this. So the problem is that they land in similar positions because the way the lunge works is they're trying to go where my position is at a certain point, which is why they're landing so close together. Hmm. Because the thing is what I've noticed is my controller, my top down controller changes overrides a lot of the conditions of the physics that are happening. So I do wonder if there's something tricky happening. Oh, it's because character controllers don't behave like dynamic rigid bodies that do that. Okay. The physics engine won't push them apart like they do for rigid bodies. Okay, I'm not crazy. Compute penetration is the function that we need. Which I'm not using anywhere. Oh, see, this is a big, this is annoying. This is a big fix. We could also see, the thing is, I have a rigid body. Okay, I wonder if, okay, I'm gonna try something. What would happen if I disabled their character controller and it would just be up to the rigid bodies? That didn't work. Right. No. Or if it was nope. This is annoying. I don't know how to fix something like this. Because it seems like for character controllers, the fix is to explicitly push them out of each other, which is not ideal. The other thing would be to add RVO to the A-star algorithm for pathfinding so that they on their own move away from each other. But that's like, that's really expensive to do. So I don't think I want to do that either. It was so much easier when they could just land on top of each other. And honestly, I think I'm at the point now where I'm not going to change. I'm not going to make this change for the demo. I don't know. Let me play through it a little bit, but that looks bad there. There's like 10 of them all stacked up. It it looks worse than the draw order issue from before. Ugh. I really just need to put a bow on all this because I just want to. If you want help to make a decision, is that one of those decision maker things? Or it weighs out the pros and cons? I mean, so this one's an easy decision to make because both cases are causing a graphical issue, and to me they're both just as bad as each other, if not this one's worse. And so I'm just gonna go with the one that has the least work involved, which is doing nothing. I don't know, I'm not too worried about it. Oh, I should have been paying attention to the guys in this zone because I did the same thing for them. I'll get another chance in the next zone. Losa Matrix. Yeah, I think you sent this to me another time because I do remember looking at this. See, I don't normally work like this. I've normally just worked on what do I want to do right now, which has worked well for years. But I do acknowledge I need to start making more business parallel decisions for this game. Okay, actually, I'm not going to kill them. Oh, these guys are still stacking on each other too. Okay, I'll show you the other problem though. So, see how this guy is painted on top of all the rest of them? Actually, can I just where it's like this guy is on top of this guy, and you might think that it's a draw order issue, but it's not. He's just on top of him. Where am I? Oop. These guys are a little different. I didn't make the change to them yet, but technically on top, and so they're lifting up a little bit. So the draw order is correct. It just doesn't look right because of how the colliders stack on each other. Actually, hold up a second. Maybe this is more easily fixed. Maybe I'm just thinking about this all wrong. Because you can see where this guy is suspended nearly in air, right? And it's hard to see the collider because there's so many of them. But the question is, why isn't he just sliding off? So that could be the real fix to all of this. Not preventing them from going on top of each other, making it harder for them to stay on top of each other. Ooh, this might actually be the right way. And the top-down controller has a sliding speed. Hold up. Sliding speed control. The control the player has on the speed while sliding. Oh no, this is control the player has on the direction. Well, no, the speed at which the see, I want it to be more easy to slope limit. Maybe. Oh yeah, I don't know how to do this. What if their sliding speed was higher? Maybe that would do it. I don't know. Well, either way, I'm rolling back these changes, and I might try that. Okay, so what do we need to roll back here? This guy here. This guy here. This is, I changed some sound effects out. I don't know what I did there. Oh man, I got too many changes. I thought I shelved that change. Tile map color. This is important. I don't even know what did this. This stuff's important. Okay. I'm actually just gonna check this stuff in. Get rid of build 2. Okay. Okay. Just gonna blindly check it in and trust it works. Probably doesn't. You know, it's crazy how like when I stream, time goes by so fast. So crazy fast. It's wild. Okay. We're gonna go back to the prefab sandbox. And this is where we have all our boys. So we're gonna play this, and what should happen is that they just all pile on top of each other like they normally do. We got cat activity out in the hallway. Okay, let's see. Hopefully they just do what they always do. Nope. Oh no, why aren't they? I rolled them back. Oh wait, or is it because I think I, oops. Can I just revert these guys? Okay, try again. For spectator 2, little by little, I shift my hours and now I go to bed very late. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, what is it for you guys over there? I've been staying up till like 3 a.m. myself lately, which is awful. Can't be doing that. It's 10 p.m. here now. Okay, there we go. I was worried that the prefab didn't roll back, but it was just okay. So here's the problem. So, oh, you know what? I wonder if this is just fixed by stronger gravity. 4 a.m. Oh. Yep. That's. Oh, see, but with stronger gravity though, they're not going to like, because I have like knockback where they like go through the air. And that's not gonna, it needs to be that they slide up. They can't, like the slope. I'm gonna do the sliding speed. I'm just gonna crank it. It's gonna be so, they're gonna slide so fast. Then sliding speed control. The control has on speed while they have no control over sliding. And then the direction doesn't matter what the direction is. Okay, let's see what this does. Gravity, slope, and sliding speed are interconnected. Yeah, but with just gravity though, because I have certain attacks that blow them like away, like the explosions, where they actually like get some height to them. And I would like to keep it that way and not have them like be glued to the ground. All right, let's see what this looks like. Nope. I can already just not working. Okay. Yeah, I don't know how to fix this in a way that's oh no, hold up. They're still having the oh god, I've broken something. See how they're stuttering when they're going through? Is that because they shouldn't be doing that? I got greedy, guys. I got too greedy. I thought, why are they doing that? Is it because I did something I wasn't supposed to do? Did I change this? I submitted to, as I was doing it, I was like, I shouldn't be doing this. I shouldn't. And I did it anyways. Right there. There it is. I wasn't supposed to do this line. They bump into each other, right? And they didn't used to do that. And that was, I mean, that's all part of the, it's just part of everything. Yeah, it's just, I went down a rabbit hole with this one that I shouldn't have. All right, so we're gonna grab the old one and then we're gonna put that in there. We're gonna save it. We're going to try it again now. Clear as mud. Yep. I told myself I was only going to stream for like an hour or two tonight, and it's already 3.5 hours. And I thought if I went this long, I'd be playing like a game like Silent Hill or something. And nope, it always does this. All right, let's see. Come on, do a dash. Do a dash. Oh, it's still doing it. Why are you doing that? They didn't do that before. Why weren't they doing that before? Maybe they were doing it before and I feel like they didn't though. I would have remembered that. It looks awful. All right, here's the next thing we're gonna do. Well, first of all, I'm gonna roll back that change. Oh. This prefab went back. That's the problem. Wait a second. No. It didn't. Why are you this way? And why didn't that file get picked up for a change? I'm just ruining my build now. Did I not pick the right version to roll back to? With that. Should not be. Oh, did it just did it? What did I change? It's complaining that I'm changing it manually. I think it was this. I made no collision go with the ground, but that shouldn't have made a difference though. There we go. Okay. We're gonna look at this timeline view. Can you do timeline view? Where is this file located normally? Project settings, dynamic. Boom. History. Diff with change set. No. Diff with revert to this version. How about that? Revert to this version. Yes. Okay. All right. I don't understand why it thinks the prefab changed. We need to undo these things. Okay. These are the things that should be different. Let's see what happens now. I'm very curious if this was like an issue that's always been the case, and I swear it never did that before. I'm gonna roll back and I'm gonna like check, but I'm gonna be upset if it is, and I've just been blind this whole time. Yeah, what is going on? Yeah, that change isn't in there. The layer change isn't in there. Has it always been like that? That's awful. And that also means that I have the original problem. I have the problem that I was just trying to avoid just now. I hate this. Guys, I'm cooked. And then this keeps changing too. I shouldn't have changed anything. I should have really just rolled back. So here's what I'm gonna do. I am gonna roll back. I'm gonna go back to yesterday. Did that work? Okay. I can't imagine trying to make this game without version control. I'm on 1600 changes. I can't imagine anyone making a game without version control. It's like insane to me to think about. Okay. All right, let's see. I don't know what I want. I don't know if I want it to be there and it'd be like, oh, I didn't screw anything up, or I don't know if I wanted to not be there and be like, well, what just happened, and have to remake all of my changes because I screwed up my previous change list. Let's see. Oh God, it's there. I feel like it didn't used to do that. Really test the limits of Git. Yeah, turn on commit on save and watch the true change history. That would be insane. Yeah, I don't do that. That would be way too much. But 1600 is a lot. I can't. Yeah, because sometimes I go weeks without, and I've been doing this for a while. What's my first date? February 21st, 2021. There it is. Just I'm coming up on 5 years. I don't know if that's something I should be proud of or embarrassed about. I don't know. A little bit of both. Okay. Let's just put it all back. Put it all back. And let's play the demo and just see how it feels. They seem faster in the air. They are faster in the air. Yeah. They do this thing where they wind up and then they lunge forward, and I do add a speed modifier to them during that time. So I can actually like show you exactly what's happening. So first I multiply their speed by 0.1, so it slows them down when they lean back. And then there's the animation where that's where they like do this and they start to kind of shake. Because that's when they start charging, and they charge their dash based on the distance that they are to you. And then here is when they're fully charged, so that they start shaking because they're about to launch. And then and then I think then it's just like this dash here that has just its own Oh, you know what it is? Their dash lasts 1 second no matter what. So whether they're very close or far away, it lasts 1 second. So the further they are away, the faster they like kind of lunge. So in either case, you have 1 second to make sure you get out of the way. That's how I did it. Okay. We need to play the game. We need to try to play this demo and make sure I didn't break anything severely. See if bug is in clips. There's clips on the bottom right, but I can't tell. Oh yeah, that's the trailer. Let's see. I mean, it doesn't really like, I don't even care at this point because there's nothing I can do about it, right? So it's like, well, what does it matter? I can't change it, so who cares? Oh no, let's see, where are my videos? It didn't seem like they were doing it. I mean, I can roll back to any place in time in a moment, right? Like I can go back 6 months right now if I wanted to. But I just don't, like I said, it doesn't even matter. I can't do anything about it. It doesn't look like I show the specific right there. I don't know. I can't. It looked fine there. There's a problem though, in here you can see the shadow draw order. That's the other thing. Right now their shadow is part of their spine. I need to make it so it's a completely different texture that's only on the ground. But then at the same time, it's like, well, then you can't see it over, I don't know. I'll figure it out. These are all things that I figure out eventually. Hi, Zelda. She's a good one. Okay, so I'll turn on sound for this one. So I need to get good at just mashing buttons, because you'd be surprised at how many people at a convention just pick up the controller and there's like, how does this thing work? What is the and yeah. It's funny though, there's actually some people who beat this like there was a woman who she was probably in her 60s and she's like, I've never played a game before. And I'm like, okay, well, you know, just give it a try. And she beat the demo. Like I couldn't believe it. And she struggled the whole way, but she did it. And I was just like, well, man, I kind of feel good about that. Add to the backlog. Yeah, the backlog is in my head. Second rule, never touch the backlog. Smashing buttons are the fastest way to identify controls. Yep. Smashing button nonstop is crazy. I mean, yeah, I mean, and there were like certain people, there were like some times where people were finding like bugs that way too. But I think like what was the worst though was when people were smashing buttons during the tutorial. So it's like, okay, you didn't actually learn what button it was because you didn't no, like I actually in the hotel, the one of the nights after, I think after the first day, I actually changed the icon for the analog stick because I was using one that was just a circle with an R in it, and people were like, what? And then now I have this little stick thing with it shows the pole and then the thing on top. And funny enough, never had the problem again after that. Everyone immediately knew, you know, the next day, you know, what that thing was. Even people who weren't familiar with controllers immediately knew what it was. The thing is it's so hard for me to play the game not the way I normally play it. Like it's crazy to see how people play it. They have their own way, and it's too hard to unknow and unsee everything I know already, to play it any differently. You know, like people are like, you know, they're just doing this all the time. And the one thing that was really bothering me was people were walking right through the tutorial on swapping limbs, which is why I have a tutorial now that forces you to do it, because they like couldn't figure it out, and then they do it accidentally, and they're like, oh, what happened? I don't understand. So this is my attempt at just forcing the issue, because no matter how wrong the player is, they're always right. That's the truth. All right, and then this thing here kills them, and some people took it. Oh wait, oh no, did I rolled back something I shouldn't have rolled back. Oh no, the walls aren't what they're. Oh no, how did I roll? I rolled back this whole zone. Yeah, the walls are different because I changed the. Oh my gosh, this is the worst, guys. Perfect use case for Men in Black and Neuralizer. Yeah. So funny enough, I made a build before I went wild and all this. I'm gonna try that build out. And that honestly, it might be the build I use, because I just clearly screwed a bunch of things up. Wait a second, did I not? I'm still in the past. That was why. Never mind. I'm dumb. We good. All's fine. I remember because it wouldn't let me roll back unless I undid all the changes, and then I went and I undid all the changes, and I forgot to go. Oh, I was thinking undoing the changes when. Okay, I just got confused. I thought maybe it was ADD taking over, but it was just my confusion. Hello, Zelda. Okay, so we're gonna try again now. This is the latest. I was like so confused because I noticed that in the first zone when the rock walls looked a little weird, because there was like a 3D modeling thing that had to get fixed for that. All right, roll it back. Is she staring at me? I feel like she's staring at me. It's gonna not move and pretend she doesn't see me. I think she hears me though. Meow meow. There we go, that's better. Okay, yeah, there's the icon there, the new stick icon. All right, let's just see. Okay, there they didn't. It's really only when they just group up. Yeah, they don't really do it in small groups. That was a weird. Oh yeah, oh yeah, they do. When there's a lot of them, it does. They start clipping more. I love the beat interval on the pickups and how they just kind of create a rhythm. It's like one of my favorite things I added. Yeah, I got some speakers for this convention too. I was using headphones before. Guys, making games is hard. I think I might be an insane person. I have so much stuff I need to do for this game to be a game. I don't know how I'm supposed to do all this by myself. I think I've started an insane person's task. That I'm 5 years deep into. And I have 10 years to go. Oh man. Open a fortune cookie and no fortune inside. That's happened to me too. That's the worst. I hate that. The other day I got two though. It's when they're jumping over ones on the ground. Yeah, I got a couple fortunes here. I got a couple favorites. Let's see. I think this is one of them. Yeah, do your duty without being supervised. That's an important one to me because part of the reason I stream is because when I feel like I'm being watched, I'm a little more productive. But on the flip side, I'm also spending more time like talking and doing other things. So it still kind of evens out. But sometimes when I'm just here alone, I'm just like, bleh. Oh. I don't know about the no, that's not a. I got some others. What's this? Nope. What about this one here? And yes, I do just have a desk riddled with fortune cookies. The month of May will bring you clarity in making important decisions. And then I got this one here that was your efforts in July will lead to success. And I held on to those because those are the months leading up to the convention. I feel like there was like one other one though at the level of the, I don't know, whatever. They're all stupid nonsense. They're all stupid nonsense anyways. Took 5 years to identify making games solo is insane. Yeah. It is insane, isn't it? There's some packed irony in there. No, I've been telling myself I'm insane for the past 5 years every night. The later in the night it gets, the more I'm like, what am I doing? And then when I wake up the next day, I'm like, oh, I get out of bed and I'm just like, back at the grind. I think I'm just seeing things that I never really paid attention to before. Got him. I'm thinking the music should go up a little, like a tad. I don't know. Maybe it's balanced. Oh, you know what's something I should do? I feel like the knockback on him is way too strong, where he should have more mass to him. I'm gonna do that. So that's like one thing that I always felt was kind of wonky about this boss battle, is like how easily you're able to like push him around with the lasers, and like having, and the thing is it's because he's literally the same weight mass as the others, which obviously should not be the case. Is this him? Yes, this is him. How do I do this? Impact fall off. Okay. That should do it. Why isn't my controller working? Why isn't anything working? Did I hit a bug? Why is no input working? All right, I'm just gonna end it. I've never seen that before. I did notice that there was something finicky happening in the main menu where it played the acceptance sound while we were already in the loading screen, which I thought was weird. Maybe I like mashed through it too fast. Let's try it again. Yeah, it just did it again. Guys, I found another bug. I've never noticed that one before. I don't even, that must have always been there. But I feel like I always just mash through it. Oh god, this is ridiculous. Every time I think I'm good. Oh, I wonder if I load the game twice. Okay, now it's, I wonder if it's loading the game twice and it's just hosing everything. That's got to be it, because what we're hearing in that second, because there should only be one of those sounds, and there was two of them. I bet that's what it was. I was because it's like, yeah, I don't know, I have to look into that. I'm not too worried about it though. However, now that I think about it, I feel like I did hit that at the last convention a couple times when we were restarting everything. Yeah, who knows? I think this really just has to be it though. I can't be spending any more time on this. I should be in bed. You know who should be in bed is all y'all in France. Y'all are crazy. Hey, Frozair, what's up? Thank you very much. Pickled Poppy was here. Okay. Thank you very much for the raid. I really appreciate that. We're testing my demo for a convention that I have in a couple days. And hey, what's up, Venom? But yeah, we're testing a demo I've got. Thank you for the raid though. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, I really appreciate that. Here, I'm gonna give you a follow. Let me go to the next zone so it loads. Yeah, anyone hanging out in here, give Frozair a follow.
FR0's Dare just followed.
Yeah, thank you very much. You guys game devs, or I'm guessing? So I'm a mostly solo game dev. On the day-to-day, it's just me. My team is me, just one. I've got no funding, no publisher, just a day job. But I do hire out certain things here and there. And you know, I hire out the music and the art, and I pretty much do everything else myself. But day to day, it is just me, and in my day job, and trying to save money to get the other pieces of the game that I can't do. But yeah, I've been working on this for many years, and yeah, I got a convention in a couple days. I did one last month. That was a lot of fun, and doing another one coming up here, but just trying to make sure that the demo is working. I added some changes in the last month. Just want to make sure I didn't add any bugs as well. Thank you, Venom. Appreciate that. Welcome to the stream. So I stream development of this game. I usually stream at least 3 times a week for at least a few hours at a time. And hey, Content King, what's up? And but yeah, no, I'm normally streaming game development, but I do let's plays here and there too. I'm currently playing through Silent Hill F. But when I do my Let's Plays, I'm usually playing it with the mind of a game developer. So I'm usually analyzing game design and playing it a little differently than, you know, people normally play games. It's going well. It's going well. Yeah, just working on my demo here, trying to make it fit for the convention. All bugs are just free content, right? Yeah, that's the problem. If they had if only they weren't free, I would just never buy them. No, I think we're at a good point actually right now, which is good because it's, when I say I have 2 days left, what I really mean is I have 1 day left, since today's pretty much over, and tomorrow I am gonna be packing up all of my equipment and my booth stuff, and getting my hair cut because my hair is just a absolute mess right now, and just preparing for it. And then on Thursday I'm driving up there and setting up the booth, and then I'm there until Sunday night. you found any exploit secrets you decided to leave in? Ooh, that's a good question. Well, so ironically, the thing that I was trying to get rid of today with all the Higus piling on top of each other, that was never supposed to be the way that they worked. It just happened to be that the way that they worked. And I just thought it was cool. But now I'm starting to see that there's like some consequences to that. And I was like, oh, well, I do got to take that out. Cause it wasn't that I was going to leave it in like for everything. I wanted it to be like a behavior. And it was just easier for me to let it be that all the time. And so that was kind of something, but I'm trying to think like what other things. So one thing I think maybe counts. Actually, I'm gonna do a final build. Like I'm gonna do a release build of this because one thing that I've learned is that never count on your editor build to ever behave the same way in your release build. And all the time I'm constantly running into new issues that I never know where they come from. And I ran into an interesting one today. But hold up real quick. I'm going to build and then I'll get back to what I was saying. So one of the things I was going to say is I had a lot of debug stuff in. So the swapping of the limbs, that was something I was only ever going to make be a thing when you start your run. And so you're never able to swap your limbs dynamically. But as I was playing, it was just fun to be able to change your limbs. So what I'm going to do in the game is you configure your character up front, but you also have extra slots on each limb type that you can change during play. And obviously that's something you're going to unlock a little bit later into the game. You won't have that right from the start. As I was saying in the beginning, there was a lot about I really want the game to be progressive. You know, there's a lot, you start out from the bottom and there's, you know, there's a lot to unlock and upgrade and to achieve to get to the top, right? So, you know, that's one of those things that, you know, so one of my favorite things in games is when you unlock new abilities and new things that are like a surprise, right? Like you didn't even know that you can really do, right? So it's like, it would be cool to go through the game thinking that you have to configure your character to be one way at the start of each run. And then, you know, halfway through the game, you unlock the ability of like, oh, now you have a new set of arm slots. And it's just like, now you can take 2 sets of arms with you into the field and you can swap them at any time. Right. And like, I think that could be like a really fun thing. And also with the traits I was explaining earlier, like, you know, every weapon has its own special kind of trait. Like if a melee attack doesn't land, it spawns a projectile, like cool things like that, where it's like, when you unlock them, it's exciting because they're not things that you're anticipating in the game at all until they're yours to use. Zelda wants attention. She's giving me them crunchy meows. Here, let's make sure the chat and all our new viewers right now meet Zelda. Zelda is the channel's Honey Spiral Ham. And we got a redemption anyway. So the redemption gets the double-handed pets. Zelda is a ham. She's very entitled. She's very needy. She demands pets whenever I'm streaming, because when I'm talking, she thinks I'm just talking to her. And then she's like, why are you talking to me if you're not going to give me any attention? So she claws at my arm and tries to get my attention, and she doesn't like it when I take my hand away. Yeah, look at, yeah, nope, that's no good. And yeah, she's a good one though. She's a good one. She has a daughter, Zoe, somewhere around here. Good kitty. Very good kitty. She's purring. I need to get her like a little cat mic so you can hear when she purrs. All right, and there's the build. All right, so I want to play this through at least a few times. Actually, one of the interesting bugs that I found in release mode that I didn't see or ever, or no, I think it would have done it in all of them, but I had some sort of like memory leak thing where if I continued to restart the game over and over and over again and beat the demo and then play it again and beat it again and keep iterating through that, it actually got slower and the loading time would take longer. And it had to do something with how Unity does the garbage collection of Unity, right? Because like, and that's the dumb thing, right? Like the whole point of garbage collection is that you don't need to worry about it, right? But apparently there was some sort of flush that I needed to do on restart to get rid of all the old scenes. And and it's crazy because I discovered this just days before my first convention, where, you know, hundreds of people were going to play the game back to back to back to back to back. And it's funny because this is one of those things that when you're testing in your own isolation, you never run into, you know, like I'm not going to play my demo 10 times in a row to see that the loading, I think the way it worked was the loading screen would take 5 seconds longer every single time it was restarted. So like if I played it a few times, the difference between 5 seconds and 15 seconds isn't that big of a deal, right? Like you don't it's like, oh, okay, it's just taking longer this time, my computer's just being slow, right? But when you've played it for 10 or 20 times and now it's taking 1 to 2 minutes, it's like, what's going on here? And I was never playing my game back to back like that, developing, you know, like, or the other thing is I wouldn't be using the restart button. I would be ending the instance in the Unity editor, and I'd just be restarting it again because I'd want to make a change, right? So that was like one of those examples of just a bug you wouldn't know until you're in a different environment where someone else is playing the game other than you. You know, like at a convention where, you know, hundreds of people are taking turns playing it. It's a lot different than when it's just you who've already played it a billion times, playing it and working on it. I am getting very sick of this demo though. I have, at this point, I have played it many times. But I want to play it at least like 5 times, I think. Just to be sure this is the build. Ha! That's my favorite thing to do though, is try to line him up with the others so he kills them. Have you ever created a horror game? This is the first game I've ever created. And I am leaning into horror, but like obviously it's not like a scary game, right? So I call it a spooky game, just because it's got that horror aesthetic to it, but obviously there's no jump scares or the game's not really going to be scary. But I am a big fan of horror, and so I wanted to make something that was that had this like spooky aesthetic to it. You still have audio enabled, not sick of it yet? Oh, I know, the audio. Yeah, I mean, I love the sound. I mean, I do love the soundtrack. By the way, the soundtrack is on Spotify, so if you like it as well, check it out. But I do love the soundtrack. There are times where the songs will get a little too repetitive for me, but I don't know. I still think they're a bop. I gotta use different weapons too. See, that's the thing. I just get in the groove of playing it my own way, or playing it good too. It's funny because the best feedback that you're ever gonna get is from somebody who doesn't know how to play a video game, or isn't good at video games, because they're just gonna make a lot of mistakes that you need to protect them from making. And because there's going to be a lot of people who are going to make those same mistakes just from not being very good, right? And you guys might notice that all the sound effects are in sync with the music. And that's something I've intentionally done. So for instance, the lasers. If I only use so normally I use both hands at once, but if I was to only randomly use one or the other, it kind of creates a rhythm. And if I pick these things up off the ground, it'll make a rhythm with their pop sound. There wasn't that many of them, so it's a bad example, but when there is, it works well. Feature creep. Boss attacks where you will be instead of where you are, where you will be instead of where you are. Well, the thing is I very intentionally have the boss follow. So the way the way it works is the boss follows you, and then there's a portion of time where he stops, and that's the portion of time that allows you to get out of the way. So if he goes where you're gonna go, then he's just gonna hit you every time, right? Or I had to I actually very intentionally tweaked that part to feel good, and in a way it's actually even still very challenging. You'd be surprised, because I'm dashing out of the way every time, where if you don't dash at the right time, and like I said, everything's on beat with the music, so you have to listen to the flaps of his wings, because he does flap 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 and then ground pound. So on that third flap is when you need to dash in order to escape his ground pound, because otherwise he will hit you. And he has two phases. So the first phase, he's a little more loose with that timing. It's a much wider time to dodge it. But on the second one, the second phase, you really have to be on the timing to not die. How long did it create the game? I've been making this game for honestly almost 5 years now. It's just been me for the most part. I do have an artist and I do have a musician more recently, but there was a time that I was doing everything. And so I'm starting to hire things out now just for a more professional touch. And so yeah, that's why it's taken so long. And to be completely honest, I still have a couple more years to it, because I only recently started to get into the campaign stuff and the real deep game loop stuff, where I've mostly just been creating the engine, the combat engine and the environment, and I've been doing a lot, but now it's time to take this sandbox that I have and make something that's real. Because up until recently, I didn't have this demo. I just had a free-for-all combat, endless combat, where you go zone to zone and you just kill things indefinitely. And that was how the game has been for years. And now I'm starting to add like the scripted events, the dialogue, the characters, all that. Well, right now you run and dash in the same direction and mostly safe, but instead, if he fired in front, you would have to turn around and dash. Yeah, I can think about maybe trying to do something like that. But then I guess the minions might get you. Yeah, I also think that it might be a little, yeah, it could be it could be done. It could be done, but it would be a lot harder to like program and figure out. And then there's also the aspect of, does the player know that's what's happening too, right? Because the player might just feel like it's like an attack they can't escape, right? Where when the guy stops, the boss stops in place, that's like the telegraph to the player of, now's my time to escape. I think what you're saying could be done if implemented the right way though too. It would just be a lot more challenging to implement it the right way. I gotta remember to like try to do things that I don't normally do. And I don't know if I don't even know what that means. But I know that when another person picks up the controller, they start doing things that I don't ever do. Yeah, just thinking of ways to add more variation to the fight. Yeah. Oh, well, that's another thing. Like I said, this demo I made in 5 weeks. So so obviously like the characters and the props were all made, but like me designing the levels and then creating some of the more unique enemies and, you know, all this dialogue, the story, all of the scripted events, everything I did in 5 weeks. In fact, the boss battle I only did in like 2 days, and or 2 or 3 days, right? It probably took me a full week to like truly like to really polish it. But I just ran out of time at a certain point because I had Anime New York City, which was like this massive deadline for me. And to me, like it was this huge source of anxiety because, okay, 130,000 people, my first convention, I had no idea what to expect. And I was just worried that I wasn't gonna have something that was worth showing off. And so I just grinded for 6 months, and it wasn't until that last month that I was like, okay, I need to make, because I was still like kind of working on the core game at that point when I got accepted into it. And it wasn't until the core game was ready until like a month away, and I was like, or like 5-6 weeks away, where I was like, oh my god, like I really need to like make a demo, not just a play test, because before it was just this open sandbox thing, and it was fun, but I had gone to like this little dev meetup in Brooklyn like a month before, and people played it and they had a lot of fun, but they were just like, yeah, like what you know what it really was? I didn't have a tutorial, and so I realized that like, oh, I need to, like, I can't be sitting here teaching these people how to play the game. The game has to teach the player how to play it. And that was the problem. I couldn't just show them, you know, I couldn't just show them this screen here and expect them to know what to do. And because they wouldn't read it. And I was like, okay, I need a structured tutorial. And what better way to do a structured tutorial than the intro to the campaign of the game, right? So I just set my sights really high for that showcase, and I'm glad I did, because I am really happy with how this turned out. I just had to grind so hard to reach it, and then after that convention, it's a month ago, I was just so burned out that I just needed to take some time to myself, you know, after those 6 months of grinding. And so I only started making these changes more recently, but Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm gonna get back to it and really start to polish things and make the game how I really wanted to make it, because now I feel like I've reached like the next act of development, where before everything was just like, I'm just making this game that's fun, and for years I never had a game design document. I just chased the fun. I worked on what I wanted to work on when I wanted to work on it. I didn't worry about scope creep. I didn't worry about, you know, like that diagram you just sent me. I didn't do any of that stuff because I was just like, I'm just making the game I want to make. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it doesn't matter if I spend a week on a feature that doesn't really make that much of a difference, because it's what I want to do. And I'm learning, and it's making the game better anyways. And I just kept going with it. But now I'm at the point where after that convention, I was like, oh, like I have this demo, like what now? And it's like, I need a game design document. I need a strict game loop. I need a strict game design to follow now. So the last month I've actually been making that game design document, and then once I have that all in place, then it's like, all right, content. So you create your own engine? No, when I say I've created the engine of Heredity, I just mean that, like, yes, I am running off of Unity, but what I mean is I have the foundation in place to make the game that I'm making, right? So if I need to make if I want to make a conversation or a scripted event, those tools are already designed in my toolkit, right? So that's what I mean when I say engine. I mean the foundation of this game. So that's how I was able to make this demo in 5 weeks, because all of the pieces were finally in place, right? So like when I say, you know, I spent 6 months, well, the month before I made this demo, I was working on the dialogue. I was working on the character portraits. I was doing all of that. And now that all of these different pieces are done, making content actually comes pretty fast. Like I think that 5 weeks for a demo like this wasn't that bad, considering it was just me. And the more I get deeper in the game, the faster I'm able to turn out content. It used to be that it would take a week or two for me to make a new weapon. Now it takes me a day to make a new weapon, just because it's all there. And the only thing I really need to do new is the, you know, animation or art or visual effects, which, you know, I get by. The way I do that is I usually prototype it really fast myself, and then I will hire someone. If I'm not happy with what I've made, then I try to hire someone to make it like a little bit more professional looking. And I've just been yapping. Need to, like, I don't know, like I've just played this so many times. It's so hard for me to test my own game, which is why these conventions are awesome. If you're a game developer, honestly, my biggest advice is find a local community. And if you don't have a local community, then figure out where the closest one is. Because I'm in upstate New York City, and we have nothing up here. We have before this year, I never met another game developer. In fact, I never even spoke to another game developer. I worked on this game just in isolation. Like, yeah, there was YouTube, so like I was able to, you know, watch some game developer type content, but I was just on my own island. And there was no community here. There was no community nearby. And New York City was 3 hours away. But it got to a point where I was just like, well, 3 hours isn't that far. Like, not where I am now, where it's just like, I had no means of having people test my game. And obviously I could go on the internet and I can ask people to do it, but honestly, in my experience with getting feedback on your game, it's never about what the person tells you. It's about watching the person and seeing how they play, and watching their reactions and their expressions. And that tells you everything that you need to know about your game, watching them. When it comes to them telling you, you're not going to get the real picture. You're going to get like, well, first of all, most of the time someone doesn't want to be like negative on your project, especially if they're a friend, right? And that's just because, like, you know, they like, you know, if I tell someone I made this, you know, mostly by myself, you know, they're just gonna be impressed, right? And they're not gonna want to knock it, because you can look at it and say, oh, this was really difficult and challenging for this person to do. You know, if a team of 100 people was making this, you'd be like, but like finding out one person did it, it's like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But like at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter when it's in the market, right? Because at the end of the day, someone is paying, you know, $20 for something like this, and are they gonna get their money worth? Are they gonna have fun, right? So it's like, you're not always gonna get the clear picture from someone, and even if they are being completely honest, their opinion might not be right either. They might tell you to do something that you've already tried or you know won't work, right? And the reaction might be like, well, that's dumb, and to not listen to their feedback. But you have to like look, well, why are they giving the feedback in the first place, right? Where it's like, you know, like Ember, like you were just suggesting, you know, maybe the boss could lead you. I don't know if that is I don't know if that would be a good thing or not. It might be, or it might not be, right? But I also have to look at like, well, why did you suggest that in the first place? And you said it yourself afterwards, to give more variety to the boss battle, right? And that's one of those things that, like, yeah, I do want to add more variety to the boss battle. I just ran out of time and it was good enough, right? But that was still good feedback, because you're someone who's not me looking at the game and being like, oh, this is cool, but it would be better if the boss had some more variety. And I agree. I definitely agree. But to hear it from someone else, that's reinforcement. So that's really handy for me. But yeah, but either way, and so like, so, you know, hearing things from people definitely helps too, but being able to get out and about, watch strangers play your game, it's completely invaluable. Like it's so important, and it was so useful to me. It was the thing, if I didn't go to that small little get together in Brooklyn before I did the convention, I wouldn't have this demo right now, and the convention would not have gone anywhere near as good as it did, because at the little meet and greet, the meetup, people had fun with it, but I had to tell them how to play it. But at the convention, hundreds of people played it, and I physically couldn't tell them all how to play it. I had to have the game teach them. And at the end of it all, it was a huge success. There was this stamp rally that my game was in, and 9 other games were in as well. And when people turned in the stamp, after playing all 10 games, they asked who their favorite games were, and 50% of the votes were to this game, and like that was like such an incredible feeling to me. And if I didn't make this demo exactly the way it was, I tailored this demo specifically for a convention, and I saw a lot of games who didn't do that, and understandably it's not something you can easily do, right? Like I was in a good position to make a demo for a convention where, you know, there were some games that were like strategy games, right? And at a convention, nobody's gonna want, like, nobody wants to like read or think or strategize or just use their brain at all at a convention. They're in the middle of chaos. They're already like overloaded, right? And so I definitely had an advantage where I have this game that's like, the whole point of me making this game was always to make this like mindless, feel good combat game that was somewhere between Vampire Survivors and Hades, right? Where it's like it's not as mindless as Vampire Survivors, but it's not as you don't need to focus as much as you would in a game like Hades. So that's what I've been aiming for. So that really worked out in my favor alone, just because people were able to walk up to the booth, pick up the controller, and then they were playing. And it's just like, all you have to do is you just have to work 2 sticks. You know, you don't, and like, you know, there's the dash button, there's a shield if you want to use it, but the attacks just work in the direction that you're doing it. And so that was like a huge benefit for me in an environment like a convention. And I just leaned really hard into that. I was like, well, how can I make it even more convenient for someone to just come up and figure out how to play? And so I made this demo with the tutorials and all of that. Yeah. But my point is it was because I went to a little get together beforehand that even made me realize that in the first place. So yeah, if you're a game developer, go out in the real world, get real opinions, have real people playing your game in front of you, have cool conversations, because that's the other thing. It's like it's cool to chat with people like you guys on here, right? But it's not, you know, it's more fun when you're face to face. And I don't know, for me, like I said, I never even knew another game developer until I started doing this. And then that's what got me wanting more, and that's why I started streaming, because it was just like, man, it's so fun to talk to people with similar interests, and I just never had that. I was in my own bubble for years making this game, and it just got to a point where it was like, what am I doing? Like, I'm pouring all my time into this game that no one even knows exists. I don't know if it's good or bad or what. And if I didn't get that convention, I don't even know if I'd still be working on the game. I probably would, but I'd be really, really depressed. All right. Probably gonna play it like 1 or 2 more times, and I'm gonna need to start going to bed soon. Also getting hungry. I haven't been seeing any issues though. I've just been casually playing as I've been yapping. I need a haircut. I should be mashing buttons during these things to see if I can break anything. Well, I'm dead now. But yeah, I totally appreciate people like you guys hanging out with me and while I'm working the game, because it just makes it a whole lot more fun. It's kind of soul sucking when you're working on something in isolation for years and you can't like show it off, right? Because that was the other thing, going out and having people play it, like the validation and the joy and watching someone else have fun with something that you've made. It's priceless. Oh, we got the other one. This one's the daughter. Well, welcome, Zoe. Say hi to everybody. You can tell Zoe by the pink collar. Otherwise, they look the same. I feel like I over prepared so hard for that first convention, and this one I'm just treating so casually because it's not my first one anymore, and now I'm like starting to get a little worried, like, Should I prepare, like, because like testing this build right now where I'm going to be packing it up tomorrow is just like kind of scary. Like, should I have like, I should have been at this point like a week ago. But worst case, I just go back to that original demo that I already play tested. But the thing is though, is the difference between this demo and the last one is the feedback I got from the people at the convention. So I would really like to know how these changes are going to work with people. Oh man, I'm getting hungry too. I'm getting hungry. Not that I ever need food. I am always got like 3 weeks of reserve of Taco Bell in my stomach. I need to cut back on the food. It's ridiculous. I eat way too much, but I am hungry. I'm gonna let him come back. Actually, I'm gonna take a couple of his limbs just to see. See, that's the thing. I gotta do like, I can't just like go for the gold, you know, every time. Yeah, well, he came back just fine. Oh, shields. I thought I fixed this so that. I was gonna make the shield so that it was a one hit, kind of like how shields work in Expedition 33, where they shield you from like any amount of damage once and then they break. And I didn't want to have any spillover, but that doesn't seem to. I thought I already did that, but I don't think I did. That time it did. That time it did. Okay. I think sometimes like there's some like weirdness to the hitboxes. Oh, you know what? This attack is a little different because there's an explosion. There's like a little bit of an like after effect of damage. So that might be what was hitting me before. I can't even get it to trigger now though. Whatever. Oh, he got me. All right, time to die. Ah, he got me again. Ah, he got me again. There it is. Wait. Oh God. Actually, I should be letting it. I that's something I should do. Just let them just continually stun me. Oh, interesting. I'm actually walking on top of them this time. Wonder if they can like hit me out of bounds or anything. They shouldn't be able to, but oh man, yeah, the anxieties are starting to set in with the convention. I know it's gonna be fun, but oh man, it's like it's such a thing. The setup and everything and moving all my stuff. I actually use my desktop PC and my monitors, and it sucks because I have 3 monitors, and one of my monitors actually must have hit a bump in transit and like has like these vertical and horizontal lines in it now. It kind of just ruined it. I'm still using it, but it's like definitely not ideal anymore. There's like, I can't see like the bottom inch or the inch on the right side of it anymore. It's just like I'm using my own stuff for this. It's yeah, it's indie dev is raw. I gotta really make sure I don't break my stuff again. This one is actually also in upstate New York. It's in a place called Syracuse. It's Retro Games Con. Whereas Anime New York City was like 130,000 people. This one's only 10,000 people. But at the same time, I was at max capacity at Anime, which was only like, 600 people throughout the 3 days. And I mean, there's only so many people who can stand in line and play a game for 5-10 minutes over the course of 3 days, right? So I'm wondering if it's gonna actually be the same turnout, even though there's less overall people, just because I was like, at Anime there was like 10 to 20 people in line the whole, like, for a lot of it. Well, I think I've tested this enough, and but I appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. It was awesome. Yeah, thanks for everything, guys. Yeah, let's see what we got here. Frozer rated me and followed me. Thank you very much. FerpDev subscribed. Thank you. You're so kind. You are my 3rd subscriber. I haven't been doing this for very long. In fact, I only just recently hit 100 followers. So all you guys, following and subscribing and rating, it's the best. I'm gonna raid you guys real quick. But just wanted to say thanks to everyone who was hanging out. It makes it fun for me. It makes working on this game for years a little easier. And yeah, no, you guys are the best. I appreciate you. And if you came from the raid and this is your first time in the channel, think about perhaps giving me a follow and stopping by again. I would greatly appreciate it. But yeah, it looks like I only one game dev on right now. Is Unreal Habitat, making a sci-fi scene in Unreal Engine 5. He has 1 person in there, so we're gonna go over and say hi to him. But yeah, guys, it's been awesome. Thank you very much. I won't be streaming in the next week, but I'll be back next Tuesday. And I'll have a lot to tell you all about how it went, and it'll be a great stream. So hope to see you guys there, and yeah, have a great night, have a good week, and I'll see you over on Unreal's stream here. See ya. Oop, I'm getting there. All right, see you guys.